that his presentation is complete.
We are live. Okay, we are live. So, welcome to the second day of.
Should we admit people first?
Please do admit people first. I'm speaking to YouTube people who don't care about being admitted.
I would have thought that, there was no point in making the introduction if you're just introducing yourself to the organizing team,
That's what you think.
We already know who you are.
You think so? Anyway.
Owen's nodding yes. Vic is nodding yes. So yes.
Okay.
I'm saying no. I'm completely sure I don't.
Okay. We have people in organization team which are obviously not the most helpful for the moment of introduction. So yeah, let me start with welcome for the second day to Querying Wikipedia conference. Thank you for joining us again, be it on Zoom as a registered user, on Telegram as a part of our Telegram group for the live events, or on YouTube channel. There are a few updates since Friday, since our first day. We will be using more Big Blue Button and Jitsi in today and on Wednesday. We will have more parallel sessions. We will also have more improvised unconference program, which means that if you didn't submit a proposal in advance and you have some idea you want to discuss or to show to others, we are welcome to review it and see it become a part of the unconference program. There is also much update on the topic of nodes. As you've seen yesterday in pre-recorded video of Mariana, she was mentioning 6 nodes. Now, at least in theory, we have 12 nodes programmed or planned to happen in next days. So yeah, we really look forward to hearing first updates from different locations of people meeting both to watch us and to meet themselves as either LGBTQ activists or Wikimedians or allies. And here I'm communicating from this sometimes noisy place, now not, called Mama, which is celebrating its 23rd birthday today. It's a net culture club that was in Croatia, at least, pioneering what was the net politics, net culture, art, pardon, at that time, and was one of the first meeting places for people doing work in Creative Commons, sometimes even Wikimedia, but mostly open source software. And having said that, I would maybe ask Owen to share the link to our safe space policy. As always, we'll be moderating the spaces that we can moderate easily, Zoom and Telegram, and try to maintain safety and hopefully joyful atmosphere with all participants. If you need to contact us, please do that through email that is listed on the link or Telegram group. As for other service information, I don't know if there is much to say. Maybe Vic wants to add something in Spanish. Vic, are you...
Yes, I am. Bueno, primero que nada, buenos días. Al menos desde América, muy buenos días, porque es domingo a las 9:30 de la mañana. Le damos la bienvenida a la segunda sesión de Querying Wikipedia. Nos queda una tercera sesión el miércoles de la semana entrante. Y como comentaron recién, bueno, como comentó recién Zeta, estamos regidos por la política de espacios amigables, compartir un enlace en el chat, y también va a estar la conferencia en streaming en YouTube, así que les invitamos a compartir también ese enlace para personas que tal vez les pueda interesar, pero que no se registraron o no quieren participar desde el Zoom. Por ahora eso, así que nada, seguimos con esto. Thank you, Seth.
I really always love when Vic takes over. It's so much more dynamic and sexy sounding in Spanish. Anyway, we wanted to start today with showing some more reports from nodes. So not just the one where I am in Zagreb, Croatia, that culture club. We have kind of informal meetup situation where we have few people coming in and out during 3 days, because we also do production in parallel. So we don't have a single focused activity, but rather the ambient and context to work. And we have few new people also just opening accounts yesterday and today. Do we have anyone from any other nodes that want to show or say something about what they've done so far? Or we do it later at the end of the day? I know that a Nigerian node was delayed, at least one of the events was delayed for Wednesday. Okay, if there aren't any, then we'll do this check-in also at the end of the program. Owen, do you want to add anything? Or
I don't think I have anything to add, I'm afraid.
do you want to deduct something? We have extra time because we were hoping to do more reporting, but instead we can show you something that you might.
Well, so Ayokanmi has just joined if he wants to talk about the upcoming Nigeria node.
Okay. I was thinking maybe we can show at least at least a link to videos that we were producing before for querying Wikipedia. That might be interesting for people to see. Maybe we can play the one from Rachel, or we have a luxury of having Spanish translation.
Querying for you.
Or Thomas.
We are just trying to work out if the translation is coming through okay now. Vic, do you want to talk in Spanish and see if we can hear Flor over you?
Yes, but I think that I should change my channel. Should I go into Spanish in interpretation? Ahora sí. Vamos a probar la interpretación al inglés.
Yes.
Están al revés los canales, me parece. Puede ser, Flor, que estés en un canal que no corresponda, porque estoy escuchando la interpretación en español. Claro, porque tienen que cambiar de canal cuando cambio.
That's good, thank you.
Perfecto.
Querying to me means centering LGBTQ+ existence in all academic disciplines, in all forms of scholarship, and in activism.
We've lost the audio, Ivor.
Because for many people around the world, Wikipedia may be their only source of LGBTQ+ information, and it also may provide a sense of community for LGBTQ+ people around the world engaged in Wikipedia work. My queer Wikipedian response to this pandemic is to stay connected, reach out to fellow queer Wikipedians through social media or Zoom or other social media tools to get connected with community and share stories and work on projects together. That really helps. Believe it or not, you have more friends around the world than you may know.
Hi, I'm John Samuel, a QW2023.
Thank you. Ayakami, are you there?
You're on the wrong channel again, Flor.
Okay, so if we don't have a new presentation, then I would maybe say that you can take time either to do coffee break or tea or watch the remaining two videos. And then we start with the program at full hour. Does that sound reasonable? Yeah, okay. So see you in 15 minutes.
Z, do you want to post the link in the chat to the YouTube channel?
Yes. Samo da uzmemo i ovaj kraći općeniti. So we are back to live stream, and yeah, welcoming our first guest speaker, Kanmi, who is our organizer of the node in Nigeria, who is also giving an overview or introduction in the work that he's been doing there and the work that is, I guess, planned and still needs to be done. I have also pets, as other people do. And we were hoping to have a short introduction following Q&A for 20 minutes, and then have the next speaker at 3:25. So Kanmi, if you feel like you can present in 10 or 15 minutes, I would give you the opportunity to speak now, so we have more discussion, and then go to the next later. Can you hear us? You are unmuted.
We
but
can't
don't
hear you.
Yeah.
All right, can you hear me?
Now.
Can now. Yes.
Let me
Thank
just think.
you.
Okay, so yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm just going to run and try to maximize that minutes. Yeah, just maximize 10 minutes. The conversation here is just more of we trying to show what we've done back in Nigeria, you know, the country, the hostility to LGBTQ plus people, and how we've been able to use that as a plus for us, and then ensuring that we have a budding community of Wikimedia contributors back there contributing to LGBTQ plus topics. So quickly, I'm just going to run through it. So this page is just the different ways in which in Nigeria, we wish people hello. You know, we say hello to people. So you have it in Yoruba, Hausa, and we have over 100 different languages we have in Nigeria. So basically, I'm just going to be looking at the Quest Wiki in Nigeria, and then looking at the journey so far, what we've done, why we did what we did, and what is the inspiration behind all of those things, and how has he got into. So quickly, it's important for me to just say something about myself. So I'm an advisor to Wiki for Human Rights here in Nigeria. I've been a Wikimedia contributor since 2016. And I focus mainly on LGBTQ plus topics about Nigeria on the Wikimedia project. And all of those things, even all of the things I'm going to be discussing, they all started back in, since 2016. But I got more boldness to organize programs in Nigeria, which is a very hostile country to LGBTQ plus people. But I had more confidence after 2019, when I attended the Rights for Rights program in Tunis, and you can see some of the pictures where you had the likes of Samaras, the likes of Hussein, and so that was where the boldness actually, prompted from. So now let's go to Nigeria. Nigeria, this is a country in West Africa. There's over 500 indigenous language spoken. This is the 7th most populous country in the world with over 200 million population. Same-sex marriage and activity is prohibited. We carry a maximum penalty of about 14 years imprisonment, and there's a lot of culturally bias against LGBTQ plus. So this is Nigeria. This is the country I find myself, and this is the situation where we are. So there have been lots of different hostility, and no one is ready to contribute to LGBTQ plus topic as far as Wikimedia project is concerned in Nigeria. So what are the issues? So these are the issues. The issues we had that we had no concerted contributions about LGBTQ content to the Wikimedia project. We had no editors, like no single editors was focusing on this space. And we had lots of Nigerian LGBTQ plus content that are not on Wikipedia and other Wikimedia project, because we had no one to contribute to it. So all of those things, there were a lot of gap, there were a lot of issues, and the visibility is not there. So what happened? So we understand that, this is like a famous quote from Margaret Mead, that you never doubt a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. So indeed, we realize that there's the gap, there's the issue, and no one is ready to take the space. So until 2021. So 2021, that was when we had the very, very first intervention to LGBTQ plus I topics on Wikimedia. That was a very, 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 very first time. So what happened is that we started an initiative, an organization called the Wiki for Human Rights in Nigeria. So the idea behind the Wiki for Human Rights in Nigeria is to be a body that can provide the technical support, the technical know-how for every minority topics in Nigeria. So because of the different nomenclature when it comes to Nigeria, we didn't want to specify to say, oh, LGBTQ+. So we ensure we just put this under the umbrella of the Wiki for Human Rights in Nigeria. So it's easy for us to do program and not have issues with the security. So this was led by by a lady called Adasa Love, who is a lesbian. She saw the gap and she decided to fill it, but she doesn't have all of the technical experience in terms of contributing to Wikimedia projects. So she reached out to me and then we did this together. So I act as the advisor and also the technical lead for the Wiki for Human Rights in Nigeria. So what did we do? So the very first thing that we did in 2021 was to reach out to WMF, that's Wikimedia Foundation, for support. We partnered, we realized that as much as we have the passion, the understanding, we can't do this alone. So we had to partner with a local LGBTQ+ organization in Nigeria, which is BC Alimi Foundation. So BC Alimi Foundation is a foundation in Nigeria founded by BC Alimi, one of the most prominent gay activists from Africa. So we partner with them. So what they did is that they provided us queer participants, they provided us LGBTQ participants, and they also gave us safe training space because they've done this for a while. So they know how to navigate. So they're able to provide the right space for us. So also, what did we do? We started making awareness about the need to contribute to LGBTQ+ topics in Nigeria. We started reaching out to people, started reaching out to editors, started saying, oh, please, we need to just, contribute, had this, did all of those stuff. We also ensure that non-queer Wikimedia contributors are contributing to LGBTQ+ topics. So this is what we did when we started in 2021. So now moving on, the very first thing we did in that 2021, the very first project that we did was, as I said, we partnered with BC Alimi Foundation. We initiated the very first Wikimedia LGBTQ+ topic trainees in Nigeria, which trained about 40 persons in both Lagos and Abuja. Lagos is like the biggest city in Nigeria, while Abuja is the capital of Nigeria. So we started with those two important cities. So this was like the very first run. At first, we were skeptical. At first, we were like, whoa, is this going to work? Is this going to, because we're looking at security, we're looking at safety. But one way or the other, with the partnership we had with the BC Foundation, we were able to do that. And so we had 40 LGBTQ+ person that we get to train them on what it means to contribute to Wikimedia project. And in the process, this was like a 2-day training in each of the city, 2 days training in Lagos, 2 days training in Abuja. And then we had the very first day focusing on the training, and then the second day focusing on like an editathon for it. And in total, we're able to create about 9 distinct Wikipedia articles during this process. So I just have the list of, the various Wikipedia articles that we're able to create. This was like the very first time we'll ever have an in-person event, for Wikimedia project for LGBT persons in Nigeria. So we're able to have those 9 new articles, which were by participants. Participants came in after being trained, they were able to write all of these articles. So it was really important for us because this was like the very first mark of success that we had in a very hostile community, like a hostile country like Nigeria. So in moving on, now, so these are like pictures from the event. So I said this was like at the very first Wikimedia LGBTQ plus events in Nigeria. So this was the very first picture at the top. This way from Lagos. We had to use the space for the American corner. American Embassy provided a safe space for us. So these are the participants. And then the second side of the picture of the slide is from Abuja. So we had another, that's what I said, there were like 2 different days in Lagos and Abuja. Moving on next. Now, after all of those things, after we're able to train, different participants, we realize that there's a need to also create approach and strategy to involve non-LGBTQ plus persons to contribute to LGBTQ plus topics in Nigeria. So we realize that there's a need, as much as we are all about training LGBTQ plus persons in Nigeria. That is what our action and our mission is. But we realize that it would not also be completely a success story if we don't involve non-LGBTQ persons. So we wanted to do a strategy and approach so that we can have non-LGBTQ plus person also contributing to LGBTQ plus topics about Nigeria on the Wikimedia project. So what did we do? We developed the Rights for the Right contest. Now, the Rights for the Right contest, it's simple. It's a contest that brings Nigerians into contributing to the LGBTQ plus topics. So we offer prizes and recognition for top contributors. We supported editors to organize in-person and virtual events, during those periods. So what we did is that
please slow down for the translation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will. Thank you. Okay. So for the Rights for the Rights Nigeria contest, so what we did first is the idea is that we want to bring Nigerians into contributing, because we understand that a lot of Nigerians are hostile about the LGBTQ community and content when it comes to Nigeria. So we also want to ensure that they also get to contribute. So we did a contest. So the contest, we had different prizes, different recognitions, and then we shared it to the whole Nigerian Wikimedia space and asked people, we want you to contribute about this LGBTQ plus content. When you contribute to it, you get to win prizes and all of those things. And then we're very, very, very surprised and overwhelmed about the success that we recorded, as we had lots of non-LGBTQ plus persons coming to contribute that was like the very, very first time in the Nigerian space where we will have Wikimedians that are not queer, that are not LGBTQ plus person, contributing to an LGBTQ plus topic. So for us, it was an outstanding success. So these are like the milestones. During for this Right for the Right contest, we had it in 2 editions. We did 2 different editions. That's in 2021 and also in 2022. So when we did it over those 2 editions, we had over 400 articles was created during this campaign about LGBTQ persons from Nigeria in 11 language Wikipedia. We actually focus on Wikipedia mainly in 11 languages Wikipedia. So we had it in English, we had it in the local languages in Nigeria, which is the Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, Kufitia. We had it in French, we had it in Portuguese. So it was enormous that we had over 400 articles. We had over 60 editors that participated, and 95% or 90 to 95% of those editors are not LGBTQ plus persons. So they are just, people that are not queer, and yet they want to contribute. For us, that was like the main goal. And then we are happy that we're able to achieve that. So also we had over 10 winners that emerged, for this contest. We had winners from these 2 different editions. Now, so these are pictures of the winners. So what we did in order for us to be able to gather more responses, more activations, we had prizes, for the top winners to just give out. And it was really nice because like the winner, this is like the person with a laptop is like the overall winner. And so it was able to create about 100 articles, for winning. So it was really nice because a lot of them actually compete, they put in their heart to it, and they were able to create a lot of LGBTQ plus content on Wikipedia, and it was really a success story. And that's like the other prizes we've awarded over 10 prizes. So these are just like the few ones that are okay with their picture being displayed. So I have to, put it out there. So challenges encounter. We also understand that when you organize programs, okay, I'm going to speak slower, sorry. So when you organize programs like this, when you organize new ideas, new initiative like this. There are a whole lot of challenges. There are a whole lot of issues that you get to face. So we also encountered lots of challenges during these processes, during this running the trainings, having the contest. And one main challenge that we had was the safety of participants contributing and harassment from other community members. So during the Right for the Right contest, we realized that there were some contributors that were being harassed to not contribute, especially when it comes to poor language Wikipedia. They say, oh, why are you contributing to LGBTQ plus topics? You don't have to, don't. This is not done. This is against our law in Nigeria. This is against. So we had some few harassment, and that actually led some editors to stop contributing. But we were able to fix that challenge by ensuring that you can contribute even as an anonymous. You don't have to put all of your information out there. But that's one major challenge that we had. Another challenge that we also encountered is the notability of lots of Nigerian LGBTQ plus topics. There were issues of notability, especially when it comes to the English Wikipedia. There were notability issues. There were some articles that we really want to write about, but they don't go through the English notability criteria, would not take them in. So we had issue of notability, and so a lot of the articles that were created during the process were actually deleted. A lot of those articles were deleted, due to notability issues as well. And another challenge that we also have is that we don't have enough visibility for Nigerian LGBTQ gatekeepers, as the media don't pay attention about them. And so they also avoid, coming under spotlight, because we have a lot of gatekeepers. We have a lot of activists, gay activists, LGBT plus activists that are actually doing a whole lot, and they are gatekeepers, but they don't have proper visibility because the media in Nigeria would not want to talk about anything LGBTQ plus because they feel the government is against it. And so because of that, that will affect their notability inclusion into Wikipedia. And so also at times, we also had issues where some of them don't even want to come to the spotlight, because they feel it can be a threat to their security. So even when someone wants to do a profile about them, or maybe a journalist wants to do just mention about them, they would find a way to run away from it. And so that also affects, having them included, on Wikipedia as well, and other Wikimedia project as well. So now, journey so far, what we've done so far, as I said, we all of those things started in 2021. So this is about 2 years. So what we've done so far is that we've been able to create a community of wiki editors in Nigeria. So now we have a budding community of WikiCare communities in Nigeria, represented in several states of Nigeria. And that is really important for us. So now we have different communities in different states where people are safe. They are proud to say, yes, I am contributing to LGBTQ plus topics in Nigeria. And there is no harassment. So we've been able to create a different, distinct community that is actually thriving. So also one of the things we've been able to do is that we've also been able to have a proper LGBTQ plus representation in Nigeria. Initially before 2021, we had nothing. We had lots of content about the LGBTQ plus topics, and not about Nigeria. They are not online. They are not on Wikipedia. They're not on any Wikipedia project. You don't have Wikidata item about them. So what we've been able to do is that we've been able to ensure that there is significant increase when it comes to the LGBTQ plus representation in Nigeria, to at least 100% increase. Also, one of the things we're also able to do is that we now have more Nigerian non-queer editors contributing to the Wikimedia project about LGBTQ plus topics. So a whole lot of them on a daily basis, they are coming in to contribute. So before 2021, there's always the regret. No, I don't want to, since I'm not an LGBTQ plus person, I don't want to contribute to any queer content of Wikimedia project. But now a lot of them are coming out and they are contributing. And so for me, for us, that's like really a plus. Also, what we've been able to do so far is that we've also been able to create partnership with more than 6 LGBT plus organizations in Nigeria, because we also understand that we can't do this alone, because we need to provide a safe space. We need to ensure we have the right person coming into our training. So we partner with different LGBT plus organizations in Nigeria. We partner with different ones. So far, we have a solid partnership with at least 6 LGBT plus organizations in Nigeria. So far, we've had over 10 separate in-person Wikimedia events in Nigeria. These are just, few pictures that I'm just able to pick and then just able to paste it here. So we've had 10 different separate in-person in different states in Nigeria. We've had in Lagos, in Abuja, we've had in Akwa Ibom, we've had in Edo State, we've had in Ogun State, we've had in Oyo State, at least in about 10 states in Nigeria. 10 states in Nigeria, and these are just pictures from the different events. The first one here is from Uyo. This one, the one here in the garden, is that we needed to just have a sort of a meetup that is just, we don't really necessarily want to contribute. We just wanted to have a meetup to talk about things. So this was there, and these are like different pictures. There are thousands and hundreds of pictures that we have, but these are just like a summary. So what next? And this also brings me to the part where I'm beginning to round up this presentation. So what next? What are we doing next? Now, the very first thing we're doing next is that we are consolidating on the community we have built by strengthening the community more and ensure it continues to grow. Right now, we have a community of Wikimedia editors that actually queer and they contribute to LGBTQ plus topics in different parts of Nigeria. So one very important thing that we are doing is that we are consolidating on is we're ensuring that this community keeps growing. We keep having different multifaceted events that can allow to bring this community together and ensure that they are very vibrant. And also, another thing we're also doing is that we are working on a new alliance with Wikimedia Foundation grants with the BC Alumni Foundation, which will further allow us to penetrate to all states in Nigeria. So the idea behind this is that we have 36 states in Nigeria. We also want to reach to every part of Nigeria. So we are partnering with BC Alumni Foundation, with WMF to be able to do this and ensure that we have a bigger and a better community of Wikimedia contributors in Nigeria. And also, what we're also doing next is that we are also focusing on other aspects of the Wikimedia project. So we're not just, because most times when we started, we've only focused on Wikipedia the more. So we focus on Wikipedia and a bit of Wikidata. So right now, we also want to go beyond Wikipedia and Wikidata to start talking about Wikisource, start talking about Wikipedia, talking about Wikimedia Commons and how we can effectively use this to tell our story as Nigerian and as African. And as I round up this, one thing that is actually very important to us is telling our story. Telling our story as per persons in Nigeria, telling our story as what we face in Nigeria, and then being able to ensure that all of those things are visible on Wikimedia. We ensure that we tell the story. We ensure that people that are actually prominent, people that are actually gatekeepers when it comes to the LGBTQ plus community in Nigeria are actually visible for the world to see. And so what that would do is that it will make them valid, and then it would take out segregation. So thank you very much. And that is my email if you need to reach out. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Aikami. We are a bit short of time now to do Q&A, but thank you for the overview. If someone has an urgent question, I would advise maybe to do it through chat, either here or on Telegram. And otherwise, look up Ayokami on the social, on the account that he was sharing and by email. Unfortunately, yeah, we were counting on presentation being shorter. In parallel to this, we have an opportunity to have another may be similar in terms of development discussion by user I'm a cat and by with support of are you still on Zoom, Josh? Josh Lim. So if you want to discuss the topic of LGBT issues and then friendliness in a space from Asian perspective, we have a kind of a case study of that experience from Taiwan and from Wikimedia spaces that it can be discussed on Big Blue Button in a workshop. We'll share the link again. And unfortunately, we have to follow up with the next presentation, which is brought to us by Whose Knowledge, one of the most prominent groups, NGOs who have developed not only inside Wikimedia, but wider, who is questioning kind of decolonial, with decolonial discourse, topics of access to knowledge and openness. And in this session, that is actually a community engagement session, strategizing, we'll have multiple speakers. Owen, would you like to introduce this session?
Sure. So
I will switch to the blue button for the workshop.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we have Maria Fossetti here, who is one of the team at Whose Knowledge. I don't remember who else is also speaking with you, I am afraid. But they're going to talk about anti-colonial, anti-oppression and liberatory practices in Southern Africa, querying Wikimedia from the archive, with case studies from working with the Gala Queer Archive and Iziko Museum in South Africa. Please go ahead, and I will just set. We will just make sure you have permissions to share your slides.
Cool. Can I share just one slide for presenting the rest of the panel? Okay, I will share my screen just for.
I just need to give you permission. Oh, you've got permission.
Okay. Yes. I got it. Hello, everyone. And thank you, Querying Wikimedia team, for the invitation, for accepting our proposal. My name is Mariana Fossati. I am working in Whose Knowledge as the Decolonizing Wikimedia Program Coordinator. I am speaking from Montevideo, Uruguay today, but actually, I am only the moderator, the facilitator of this conversation. I want to invite to put camera on if they want, if it's possible, to our panelists today, Karin and Chego Faso. Karin Tan is a Senior Information Officer from Gala Queer Archive based in Johannesburg, South Africa. Sadly, we cannot have today Linda, which is also a colleague in Gala working as the archives coordinator, but Linda was working with us in the preparation. from Iziko Museum, we have today Shegofaso Mabaso. She's the curator, the contemporary art curator in the museum, and also our colleague in whose knowledge, Sally Al-Haq from Egypt probably join us for the closing, but in any case, I just wanted to recognize everybody that was involved in the preps of this panel today. So I will just stop sharing my screen because the only slide we have today is the presentation of the names of the participants, and if Karin and Shegofaso are ready for starting our conversation. Okay, I can see you there. Okay, the idea of this conversation is more in a panel style. We have some guiding questions, and Shegofaso and Karin will be our main speakers. I will be only the facilitator, but the invitation is open to everybody in the chat to share your thoughts, your ideas, and hopefully if we have time, maybe we can open up the discussion if possible. But let me start with the first question, the first provocation, which is only a short round of who we are, a short round of our stories, histories, and our context, the context of our groups and institutions, and why we are doing this, why we are having this discussion. So up to you, Karin.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here in this conference. My name is Karen Chan. I'm the Senior Information Officer at the Gala Queer Archives. Gala is a queer archive based in Johannesburg. We're an NPO, and our main objectives is to collect, preserve, and disseminate historical and contemporary experiences of queer people in Africa. We are based in South Africa, so the content of our archive is very South African heavy, but where we can, we collect more broadly across the continent. Although legislatively, South Africa is very progressive with regards to protecting the lives and rights of LGBTQIA+ people, social and political attitudes are still somewhat hostile and exclusionary. So, as is the case with most queer organizations and institutions, Gala is also involved in activist work such as diversity education and advocacy, so with the aim to utilize the historical record to argue against discrimination and violence against LGBTQIA+ people, and to garner empathy and solidarity for the experiences and hardships of queer people in South Africa. Yeah.
Thank you, Karin. Up to you, Shegofaso.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for sharing the space with us. My name is Shegofaso Mabaso, and as Mariana said, I'm a curator of contemporary art at Iziko Museum. So Iziko has 11 museums, and I work at the South African National Gallery, which is an art gallery. And the national...
Sorry, please be slightly slower for the translation.
Sure, no problem. So the National Gallery is an institution that primarily collects works of art, historical and contemporary, and has a number of researchers and curators who work towards expanding the collections and holdings, and also creating exhibitions and publishing research related to the collections. but also collaborating with external partners to run other forms of research projects, touring exhibitions, etc. The origins of the museum and the gallery itself are largely colonial. So a lot of the work that we attempt to do is to really think through what a collection, what is understood as the national collection in South Africa ought to represent the communities and the people that need to be represented in the collection. So we find ourselves navigating a wide range of historical gaps and representational gaps in not only the research, but also the actual collections, navigating problematic categories related to the various collections. So that's largely the work that I do with my colleagues at the museum, and how we sort of end up engaging in Wikipedia related or have an interest in Wikipedia has really been in trying to understand how for us as a collecting institution and an archiving institution, we can contribute towards the kind of broader representation on a platform like Wikipedia, but at the same time, we also benefit from broader representation on such a knowledge repository. So, yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Let me just introduce a little bit about Whose Knowledge before continue the conversation. As some of you know, Whose Knowledge is a Wikimedia user group, but it is also a broader project, broader campaign with the aim to center the knowledges of marginalized communities, actually the majority of the world on the internet. For addressing this, we work especially with women, people of color, LGBTQI communities, indigenous peoples, and other communities from the global south to build and represent more of all of us in the knowledge that is produced and shared and presented online. We are in a certain way trying to reimagining and redesign the internet in order to finally see an internet that is like us, more like us, and for and by all of us. Here in the room, there is also another colleague, a new colleague in Whose Knowledge, Sally Al-Haq from Egypt, working in another program. I am working in Decolonizing Wikipedia, and Sally is working in Whose Digital Archives. The idea is to start this conversation based in some provocations that I have, and maybe Sally later can chime in and help us with the closure of the panel. So let me start with the core of our discussion. And my first question for our panelists is how the knowledges and stories of your communities, especially if we situate this in the context of South Africa, but the region and all its history and recent history of liberation, have been made visible or invisible online and offline. This is for having some context in terms of before addressing Wikimedia, we also need to root our discussions in a broader context, especially the context that historically have created invisibility around specific communities. So I will pass the ball to Diego Faso once again.
Thank you, Mariana. So, I mean, in terms of a lot of the work that I've done has largely been in contemporary art spaces, some context, museum context, so the kind of cultural heritage space, and in those areas, and you know, the contemporary art world, and in those areas, some of the issues around the kind of visibility of my communities. These are communities of Black people, Black women, and Black queer people in South Africa, are plagued by a range of challenges and issues. You know, the legacies of colonialism and apartheid in South Africa not only rendered the story of Black communities invisible, but it sought to distort the kind of narrative of our humanity in ways that were meant to promote and sort of validate the oppressions that systems like colonialism and apartheid used to segregate people in South Africa and Southern Africa more broadly. So it is at its core, really, the humanity of my communities has always been undermined, and knowledge, science, and the sciences have always been very valuable resources for this project of subjugation. And so, you know, as someone working in a context like South Africa, just over 20 years after its democracy, we're still grappling with the really deep and entrenched legacy of that dehumanization, that project. It was such a strategic and entrenched project. As someone who is working in a museum context, and within the kind of social sciences, where we are grappling with questions and methodologies related to kind of anti-colonialism, decolonization, one has a great understanding for how deeply entrenched these systems are. And so, although we are constantly thinking around issues of representation, whether it is in like the collections work I do, looking at the various knowledge gaps and representational gaps in the collection, looking at the dates at which institutions that have existed for over about 100 years began to collect the art or the knowledge or archive the knowledge of Black people. It's really in recent history. So there's these attempts to excavate a deeply hidden histories that were purposefully hidden for the sake of these imperial projects. And then there is also the challenge of dealing with, it is not so much just a hiding and an invisibilizing, but the ways that we've come to understand or been taught and indoctrinated to understand knowledge and knowledge production, and the kind of hierarchies that have been created for what forms of knowledge are deemed valuable, archivable, has left us at a place where a lot of histories have disappeared, and also had to find kind of fugitive ways of existing, passed down almost in secrecy because of the oppressive systems that exist. So there are many things at play that are like the kind of systemic erasure, but then there's also the kind of fugitive movements of knowledge that are mechanisms of survival. So I think that's how I would best kind of describe how I understand the ways that the stories of my various communities have found themselves either invisible, or they're more, I suppose, under our current existence, they're ephemeral. They aren't always understood within the realm of like scientific fact, because the hegemonies of how we understand knowledge still really reign in terms of even how some of us who were born in a kind of post-apartheid South Africa are constantly pushing against the kind of the ways we are trying to validate our embodied knowledge that has been passed down through unofficial channels because of the violence of those official channels, mainstream media, academia, and so on. That's sort of how I would best describe that. And I would also add that there is also the kind of imbalance around when we speak about issues of decolonization and anti-colonial methodologies at a global scale. It is often also challenging to bring forth to those conversations the kind of contextual nuances. So we find that even in the decolonial project, methodologies coming from spaces like the USA often can override the kind of contextual experiences for some of us working in a place like Southern Africa, for example, which might be similar but very different to someone working in East Africa and the contextual issues that they are navigating. So we are also plagued with, in our attempt to kind of form solidarity, and glossing over also the contextual differences and the contextual impact on how we understand, archive, and share these stories. Yeah.
Thank you, Chego. That was brilliant. Thank you very much. Over to you, Karin.
Thanks, Chego. That's I think that's such a wonderfully articulate way of describing the South African and Southern African kind of historical context. From Ghana's side, in terms of this question around visibility and invisibility, I think is one that that kind of resonates very much as sort of attention for most queer communities, where in order to kind of, I guess, in a sense, prove ourselves and prove our existence, one of the strategies is to make ourselves visible and prove that we exist by doing so, whereas by being visible and becoming visible, it also makes us vulnerable. So I think that in terms of representing South African and African queer lives and stories in a digital sense, it is also a tricky space to navigate, because in terms of global access to that information, it is useful to share experiences and lives and stories, but also the tension of navigating what isn't makes certain communities vulnerable to being exposed to more violence or more discrimination is one that has to often be considered when we decide on what and what is not worth sharing, I guess you could say, to a broader and more kind of global audience. So I think that broadly there is a kind of a difference between with the different platforms in which we share stories and experiences and current struggles as well. So there is private channels as well as public, and how those spaces are navigated are sort of ongoing. I think that there's also another level in which, for South Africa, I think the sort of general approach from sort of government is one to kind of, because of our sort of very inclusive and progressive constitution, it is quite easy to hide behind that and say that broadly South Africa's context is accepting and protects the lives and rights of LGBT people, but in reality, the sort of social and political kind of exclusions and discrimination still goes on. But it is easy for people in power to ignore that by hiding behind the progressive constitution, and say that we are a free country, so what is, what is there to fix, or what is the problem? I think that this is also a similar kind of case in like places like Mozambique, which has sort of an ongoing narrative that it's a very peaceful and peaceful kind of society where LGBT people don't experience violence. But I think that it seems in some of our communication with other activists on the ground there is that this kind of broad brushed narrative does also exclude the real experiences of violence that a lot less people experience, but still are ongoing. So yeah, that's.
Thank you, Karin. I can see many topics that can bring us to the next question I have to share with you. Just thinking in this tension between to make visible the very existence of queer communities, and at the same time the vulnerabilities, the potential risks, the tension between the private and public, and potentially also the different strategies in managing this visibility and this way of being visible for the public gaze, and at the same time be vulnerable. And that leads me to the next question, because if I think in all these topics, for instance, for a campaign, a wiki campaign like Visible Wiki Women, for instance, in which we call for participants to make visible women and non-binary people in their full plurality. At the same time, we need to be aware about these vulnerabilities and these tensions. So my next question is centering Wikimedia and sister projects here. The question is, what are the potentialities, the concerns, and the challenges you see in the digital space for making the knowledges from your communities visible? We, in the preparations, we were speaking not only about Wikimedia platforms, but also other corporative platforms. So if you want to bring that, that will be great also if you want. But the question is Wikipedia and Wikimedia sister projects a safe and welcoming space for historically marginalized communities, and how it could be better from your point of view? How, from the point of view of a museum and an archive with a very special perspective over collections, how can open access, free knowledge communities be trusted spaces for you? And let's start once again with Karin, if you are ready.
Okay, so I guess, so as GAL is a queer independent archive, so we are fortunate enough not to have to abide by the sort of broader bureaucratic systems, that comes with being associated with governments or universities, maybe as well. So that means we're able to sort of approach the archive and strategies around sharing collections and information with a bit more independence, without and also without sort of the kind of gatekeepy and tight-fisted approaches of capitalism and politics. But on top of that, we do sort of have the responsibility of essentially the owners or the donatees of the collections and the archives. So it's the individuals and organizations who share their material. And oftentimes there are certain levels of restrictions that they may place on their collections about how and what that material is being shared in what ways. We, on principle, access to the archive is free to researchers and individuals, but there is also a kind of a question around free and open access that we're kind of looking into. So in some cases, particularly in cases where the individuals who have donated their material to the archive have already passed on and might not necessarily have the same context as we do now in terms of digital platforms and knowledge sharing, it is difficult to know how and what ways we can respect those individuals and contextual concerns about like the material being shared. So that's sort of one point that I wanted to raise around that. I think in terms of, I must also admit here to being quite new to the Wikipedia space. It is one where we're kind of, as an organization, we're kind of looking into as a potential for making content in the archive more accessible. A big goal of ours is to be more accessible, not just in being free, but also being easily accessible. And I guess the online is one of the kind of easiest ways of making that happen. I find that what I've found so far in terms of myself and colleagues that I've spoken to around uploading material onto Wikipedia and Wikimedia is that it can be a somewhat intimidating space. I think we're learning more and more about how it operates as more of a community than we expected. I think that a lot of preconceptions about Wikipedia was that, like anything can kind of be uploaded. Anyone has access to that, whereas there are the kind of structures in place is one that is requiring a lot more effort to engage with and to learn and to engage with. So that's one thing. And in terms of kind of validating certain what isn't kind of considered valid sources is one that we've also kind of experienced on the platform. Even though we are considered like quite a esteemed and official source of history and knowledge, we still end up kind of facing a lot of kind of resistance to the validity of what we are trying to kind of share as legitimate histories of queer people in Africa, in South Africa. I'm going to stop there for now. I might have more to share a bit later, though.
Thank you, Karin. Shego, up to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Karen. I think you've outlined a lot of areas of concern or challenges and opportunities that we've shared. And I know we've had quite a number of conversations because Gala as an organization and Karen and the team, like Linda, have been really amazing kind of collaborators in our own explorations at the gallery of how we can work with Wikipedia. And maybe I should start by sort of saying that what I imagined when I sort of opened the door on all things wiki and sort of dragged my very small team of colleagues at the National Gallery into it was that it was driven by an understanding that I had that as a museum, it is integral that we move beyond an understanding of the institution as one that collects artworks, artifacts, does research on them, writes about it, and puts on exhibitions for the public to kind of come and view these things and these ideas that we've put up, but to rather move to a far more engaging communal understanding of what the museum as a space can be, especially because we are grappling with an institution that is so deeply embedded in a kind of colonial civilizing project. Those are the museums we have in the context that I'm in. That's what they represent. So how can these institutions be more useful in a kind of decolonial, anti-colonial future? And I believe that museums should be spaces that people can use. So while in the gallery collection, I grapple with the issue of looking at the collection and not just the historical ones, but even the contemporary collection that I manage, and am not very well represented. My identities and communities and constituencies are hardly represented in that collection. So the kind of knowledge gaps and biases that we meet here to discuss on the Wiki platform are ones that we struggle with as a collecting and archiving institution. But in moving forward, I don't think the idea for me was one of representation where we just need to make sure that we keep acquiring works of marginalized communities or their perspectives only, but because we will never finish that project, but rather how do we become a space that this work can happen from? So the wild idea to start to like host an editathon came from that understanding, like how can we just be a space that communities can come in and use either our physical space or our collections, anything that we might have that could contribute towards kind of broadening access to knowledge, and use that to learn about what we need to improve or to better understand the gaps that we are working towards closing. So that's where I sort of come to using or being interested in this space. And one of some of the challenges that we've experienced, I think, I'm very new to editing on Wikipedia, have only been doing it since 2020. So the pandemic was also quite an instigator in feeling the need to find kind of like online knowledge community, because suddenly the ways that we engaged and shared were closed off to us in the space of the meeting physically, being in the gallery creating exhibitions or actively visiting artist studios and collecting work. And so we're trying to think, how else do we participate in the knowledge space? And so having spoken about the context of the various hierarchies of knowledge, one thing that has been difficult to navigate in the wiki space is ideas of sources, as Karen said, but also notability, because I think the notion of notability, my struggle with it has been in thinking about how, as we're saying, these histories and stories have for many reasons needed to be concealed, either actively or have been systemically erased by kind of supremacist knowledge systems. And so what becomes notable in a community of South African queers might miss someone within a wiki editing community. And so it's been difficult to bridge those gaps, but something we've tried to navigate by finding allies and making community, but it's very slow work. So teaming up with Gala and more recently teaming up with Whose Knowledge is our attempt to try and build a community of editors who can work within the wiki space to navigate these challenges. But I think a lot of that work is also to question them and to critique them. To not just find ways around them, but to really think about how, if we are kind of speaking about this queering, and sitting down to define for ourselves what queering means, that doing this work on Wikipedia will require, to a very large extent, a untangling of the very like foundational kind of principles to try and create principles that perhaps are more malleable to contexts where the written record is very scarce, and that not existing does not mean that these stories are not valuable, notable, or significant. And then we also navigate our safety in hostile contexts where it's a danger to our lives and our livelihoods, and for many people. And so when you do this work, you are constantly also having to question how you are complicit in an endangering of our communities by visibilizing our existence in this way, yet also needing to affirm our existence and see ourselves in the spaces that we exist, that we work. Yeah, I had some other thoughts, but really, yeah, I think the one is that there is this, it is a catch-22, visibility is a catch-22, and working in spaces like Wikipedia feels like an immense opportunity at archiving and creating a kind of global knowledge repository where we can see ourselves and see our histories, and at the same time, it seems to come with a danger. But I also wanted to add that there is also a kind of the online and the digital spaces, I think, for a lot of us as heritage practitioners who grapple with histories of the kind of pillaging of knowledge and creative production by kind of like Western colonial forces, still find ourselves at a space where in the free knowledge space, there is a kind of generosity with which we want to operate, but that is still plagued by serious suspicion around, and a kind of fear around what kind of letting go of particular archival material and making it widely accessible, what implications that has on how it is interpreted and by whom, and who owns it, you know. And so even our desire to understand the kind of the communal ownership of things that exist in the wiki space and wiki commons is there is a kind of hesitance that I always admit to in that sharing of stories, knowledge, and feeling like one doesn't quite fully own the space and doesn't have a valuable say in the existence of our histories on the platform.
It seems that there is a lot of work around community building and mutual trust for doing this work with care, right? With all the safeguard and protections and all the time needed for this community building and this get together. And this in this path is in which we are working from whose knowledge. And since I see Sally on camera, I want to invite Sally to share some thoughts, some ideas over what Karin and Shego have been sharing so far. From the perspective of digital archives, and then we will move to the final question, which is an open question to everybody, which is, what does it mean quitting Wikipedia from the archive for you? So this is an invitation for everybody to reflect, and in the meanwhile, I will paste a link to a Padlet for if you want to jump in the Padlet space and paste some sticky notes for sharing your thoughts with us as a kind of memory, as a kind of record of the ideas shared today. So let's continue the conversation, and Sally, if you are ready, over to you.
Thanks, Mariana, and thanks so much to Tejo and Karen. I enjoyed every bit and pieces of like the way you questioned the possibilities, and also like utilizing such a possibility of using Wikipedia. Whenever we think of like digital archives within like whose knowledge, part of it is actually about framing how history wants to be remembered and how like so many narratives have been erased. And personally, this is exactly like what makes me so passionate about the possibility of like digital archives, what has been erased, and like how, for example, like so many of us like spent long years of not knowing a certain author in our context, or like due to censorship or due to like colonization and all of that. And I think like it is such a waste when we have like the possibilities of the digital world, and like, for example, like Wikipedia and like its sisters, of how like we can exactly do the same of like not finding solution to do something about such erasures. And I think it's very important to know when we are doing this work that we are inventing how to be considered as a valuable resource. And I think this is one of the main struggles, for example, how academia views digital archives, specifically independent, of how they are not such like a valid resource, or like it is real knowledge. So I think big part also specifically about this conversation is about articulating such communities, and I think writing up our practices. And I really find such like a treasure in writing up our practices. And I'm very curious to see how within the museum and also within Gala Archive, how like what are your practices, like what did you learn, and that like also like it wasn't written before and it was your own experience within work. And I think within writing up such a practices and like gathering a community around it, I definitely see that like we can go somewhere, and within also like connections within such a platform, such media, like we can definitely do something about such erasures and like rewriting history, hopefully, because I think also we have been always doing that. It is just lost somewhere, and like so many broken links on the internet that already had that, but it just wasn't archived well or kept well. And again, thank you so much for your interventions.
Thank you, Sally, for sharing your reflections. And I think that this is a new question, a new invite for reflecting to our panelists. So I want to open up the mic to you, Sego and Karin, in case you want to continue to reply, to answer these questions, to comment something. Please open your mic.
Thank you. And thank you so much, Sally. I think the point you said about inventing, with that we're inventing how to be a valid source in various contexts, is so significant to considering the kinds of considering how one situates these thoughts and these attempting to build these kinds of anti-colonial methodologies in a space like the museum. Because on the one hand, I think for me, at least, when I try to think about queerness as a kind of mode of working, and a way of being in the world, it's largely informed by an understanding that we are inventing, that the ways of being in the world currently are not, they're not equitable enough, they are not safe enough, they are not caring enough, and that it is not entirely about the ways that I identify as an individual, but is about a kind of radical future vision of the kind of world I would like to inhabit and how I can participate in creating it. And so navigating historical structures that present us with a number of exclusions is always difficult, because on the one hand, you feel like, I see value in building within a space or filling gaps. And then you also question whether one's energy should go into contorting yourself to be able to do that work in that space, or abandon it for the kind of project of designing something entirely different. But at the end of the day, I think I understand that all of these are also informed by the society that we live in. And so regardless of where you choose to build what you are trying to build, you will grapple with and contend with those kinds of issues and structural inequalities, and how they inform how people perceive, receive, and produce knowledge or their creativity, etc., all of those things. But I think for me, what has been most present as what I see myself as what I need to do when I wake up, I think about what is the work that I need to do. Dismantling certain things, is taking things apart to put them together, is what is most often the answer to that question. So within a museum context, the kinds of things one grapples with don't always feel like grand solutions, but often end up being things as small as questioning the kinds of categories we use to identify works of art in a contemporary collection. The difference between calling something sculptures and paintings and having to say this no longer accounts for the ways that artists are producing work. This is overly simplistic for the ways that people are creating. And I think queerness asks us to be expansive. And so even in terms of the kinds of identities and the communities that we are supposed to represent in the work that I do at the museum, I often have to remind myself that I, in my understanding of the world, am never going to even be able to conceive of all the people that need to be represented in that space. Like, my understanding is limited and my experience is limited. And so how do we allow the structure to be less rigid so that it can make space for the other experiences that I could never access or bring into the space on my own, to be able to, how can we facilitate that multiplicity? And that means changing acquisitions policies. It's like not the funnest work, and I really didn't think that like what I'd be doing, or really doing projects like this that are really invigorating, and then going back to the collection and being like, well, we are terribly not just behind, but like we are actually anti-inclusive in the ways that we think about what a collection is, or the ways that we are kind of in our inventory, how we're describing artists either through their gender, their race, or their cultural affinity, like things like that. Like, do we need that? You know, the kind of cultural group, tribal affinities that are on artwork lists, you know, those are like such small things, but are governed by a principle and an understanding I have that it is those little things that have to be combed through in order to create a kind of environment that can be expansive and ultimately queer-led. Yeah, Karen.
I'd like to just respond to that sort of point directly, in the sense that also coming from, I think, institutions or organizations that tend to be quite under-resourced in terms of funds and even kind of human resources and hands and such. You know, that also instability also offers up the opportunity for alternative solutions to kind of figuring out how to do the work. So I think that, you know, like it allows for more creative and I guess in a sense more queer methods to be found, and the opportunities for including people and stories and methods in ways that maybe traditional structures don't necessarily always kind of allow. Also, I think it's also something that I've been thinking of as an opportunity as well as not necessarily just one of difficulty. Yeah, and I think in terms of like this question around queering Wikipedia, you know, it's not even just one of having more queer content on the platform and queer editors and other people, like not just queer but also from marginalized communities. But I think that as a platform there is, and I guess maybe this is something that has somewhat drawn me to it as a potential avenue for archiving and for queer archiving, is that it is one that could be considered quite queer, or a method for queering the archive in itself, in terms of kind of collective writing and open access. Yeah, I think that's sort of one of the points in which has drawn me to the platform. I know that there are a lot of kind of there have been a lot of sort of restrictions and challenges within the platform itself that makes it difficult, but I think that there is something there that there is an opportunity there as one of the options for online and digital archiving, queer archiving.
Thank you. I really love these reflections around queer methods and methodologies for queering something, for queering Wikimedia especially, and how that is rooted in inclusivity, in collective writing. I can see in our Padlet some sticky notes about this idea, about what does it mean queering Wikipedia from the archive. Let me just share the screen for everybody so everybody can see some of the notes there in the Padlet. And in case you anyone want to add more to the Padlet, you only need to click here in this corner to add, in the plus sign, to add. You can add text if you need an image, if you need any other kind of material of inspiration for expressing yourself. That's great also, so please do that. And it's still open. Let me keep it in the screen so people can see and reflect around the different ideas shared by you all. And at this point, I wanted to ask if there are questions, comments, things anyone in the room wants to share by voice. Please raise your hand so I can see if there is someone wanting to take over the mic and share by voice. Yes, I can see. Zip, you have a hand. I can see you.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, I think what Karen just said is very mindful of the change that is happening in the movement. I think within Wikimedia, I mean, Wikipedia exists over 20 years, and there have been generational differences in discourse and discourse development since. And the fact that 10 years ago you needed to point into gender gap as a example of inequality, and then maybe sexual orientation information, and maybe colonizing perspectives, and all of these things that were topical, and that at least in 5 years have starting to progress to be not only topical gaps, but methodological gaps, and that we could maybe get to the point in next 5 years, hopefully before this huge horizon of Wikimedia 2030 strategy, to actually think even more deeper in this, and more kind of mainstream the idea that methods need to be questioned also, and people on the edges or the margins are not there just to fill gaps, not there just to compensate, but also to co-establish different ways of working and different ways of seeing. I mean, Wiki as a platform started before Wikipedia, before this romanticized ideas of neutral knowledge and kind of modernist, whatever, Eurocentric perspective. And maybe next decade, we can think what are the other metaphors for knowledge that are not just encyclopedic aspiration of capturing the world from a single perspective. And maybe it's not going to be text at all. Maybe it's not going to be black text on white pages. And this super normative format will be not maybe fully abandoned, but at least decentered, and that we can bring different interfaces and different ways to engage than what is now so predominant. And maybe this querying Wikipedia can be querying of wikis and Wikimedia, rather than just this most established platform and most established metaphor.
Thank you very much for this rich and insightful words. And let me pass the mic to Vic.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that there was a question in the chat asking for the educational program about from Gala's educational programs. So maybe Karin, then you want to answer that question. And also, thank you, Fred, for what you were sharing. I really agree with your perspective. And I wanted to know if we can react at post and the paddle, because I also love the post about navigating the historical. So I wanted to react, but I don't know if that's possible. And just that simple observation.
Okay, I will change the settings so you can react to the post in the pad. Let me do that. Karin, can you see the question on the chat?
Let me just see here. Gala's educational program is, so the primary program of that is tertiary education focused. So we focus in on institutions of higher learning, where we engage with different kinds of the different kinds of kind of tiers or structures within those institutions, such as educators, management groups, and students. The kind of most fundamental or basic kind of educational programming that we do is around diversity and sensitivity training, and that is predominantly queer and LGBT focused, LGBTQIA plus focused, but we also kind of take a broader perspective within kind of minorities within minorities, so kind of focusing in on the kind of intersections of Black trans femme experiences, or I think a really big one that we're kind of looking into at the moment is around access to basic resources, human resources. So it's around people living homeless, or food security is also something that we're looking into. But then there's also moments where we are trying to challenge some of the kind of ideas and around education and what education looks like. So recently we have taken young student activists on a healing workshop, and looking at healing as an opportunity for learning to be more generous, or actively look after yourself while working on your activism, so that's one kind of avenue. It's of education that we're looking into. The other is what I kind of describe as a RuPaul-esque kind of educational program that we've recently hosted. It was based off of the QP photographic collection, who was a fabulous queer, gender diverse person who lived in Cape Town in the 60s, and was performing in drag, was a hairdresser and a dancer, and so we've used this as this archival collection as a basis for training young queer POC people to kind of upskill themselves in these areas, these artistic areas, and kind of culminated in a ball in which they could kind of express and visibilize themselves. But and these are ways in which we've been challenging sort of funders in terms of how they approach and understand education, and that these are this queering of the educational kind of program is also one worth investing in.
Thank you, Karin. I just having a look on the participant list to see if there is any other hand up. I don't see new hands, but please feel free to raise your hand if there is other comment, other questions. But I think that in the meantime, while people is continue using the Padlet, you can put a little heart now in the post. We can start slowly closing up with final remarks of the session. Okay, before of that, please, Dorothy, go ahead. I can see your hand up.
Hi, do you hear me? You hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, hi, sorry. Wow, that was such a great presentation. And I wrote the thing about navigating the ahistorical, and I wrote navigating not ascribing identities to historical figures, when we don't know for sure, but also looking for queerness in the archive and understanding what queerness might even look like in the archive, and looking for queerness in the ephemera. And I just have thought that about this and how difficult it is when sometimes queerness is located in very small details, in a certain style, certain word choice, certain kinds of stories, or the lack of certain kinds of stories, you know? And as a historian, you know, you don't want to label things in history in the past as something, a term that we created long after that time. You know, so we have to use historical terms to describe people in the way that they describe themselves, but we also have to look for things that may just be in these very small details, and also to accept when we don't know, and to not over label things if we don't know. That's really difficult. So I was thinking about that. It looks like Owen had a remark.
Yes, I was just going to say that links quite nicely to one of the sessions we're hosting on Wednesday, where there's a conversation with a queer historian, Norena Shopland. She's giving a lecture, and then Vic and I will be launching with Art and Feminism the English language translation of a guide that Wikimedia Argentina put together last year, and we will be joined by a couple of experts we invited to add additional essays to that guide. And then after those two kind of presentations, there'll be an open conversation on precisely that topic around kind of how we respectfully talk about the place of people who now we might perceive as queer in a history where that term is anachronistic, and where their life experience may have been something that was possibly a similar experience to what we would now describe as a trans experience, or a gender non-conforming experience, or a queer experience. But those concepts are all, like, the oldest of those concepts is what, 120, 140 years old, at least in Eurocentric dialogue. So I felt I should promote the session we're holding on Wednesday. Chegovacho, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Owen, yeah, I had a thought after Dorothy, what you wrote in on the board, and also your expansion of it now, and it also kind of probed me to think about the challenge with the historical, but also with the present and the varying cultural contexts that often, because we're attempting to situate queerness within a kind of global understanding, it does make it challenging to be able to understand various forms of identity, but also of like participation in society. So I often also enjoy to think about how queerness impacts the ways of existing and ways people form community. And I think about how historically queer parenting, for example, has been like the kind of cornerstone of raising family in many marginalized communities, that the kind of heteronormative kind of familial structure is one that is really pushed by white supremacist cultures. It's not actually a norm for a lot of us, and not queer necessarily in terms of one's sexual orientation, but in terms of the kinds of family that have raised many people in a kind of Southern African or South African context, impacted by various things that include, histories of migration, segregation, and all those things. But queer family has been what kind of what has formed many communal bonds. People have produced cultural material, cultural ideologies from that. And yet often as historians, we kind of ascribe a heteronormative understanding of family and communal life to the research we do. And so that excavating is always interesting and equally challenging, because not only is it about the kinds of personal and individual identities, one is having to also question the approach and the lens with which you are analyzing kind of societal structures, familial structures, communal structures, and seeing how so much of it is informed by quite a limiting lens. And that often makes it difficult also to do this work in certain knowledge contexts or academic contexts or spaces like the museum, which is what makes the kind of communal editing of Wikipedia exciting as a place to kind of interrogate and hash these things out, because the perception is that when you're speaking about queering something or queer representation, you're talking about individual identification, and you're not talking about radically different societal structures that have existed. They're not only futuristic, they have, and they exist in the present, and they've existed in the past. And then the issue of language as well, how one defines queerness in English versus in Spedi versus, there are some languages where there aren't words for it in terms of direct translations, not because it doesn't exist in that language, but how that community chooses to speak about people is maybe not necessarily rooted in a naming of one's identity in that way. So you're dealing with such a layered ways of people understanding themselves and the world around them. So really appreciate how you brought that to the space. Thank you.
I will briefly promote another session before handing back to Mariana. But something you mentioned at the start there, Chegofacho, was about the way people describe themselves or perceive themselves in some communities. And our closing keynote today at 1820 UTC is from Ezraha El-Shafei, a Bahraini human rights activist who is herself queer, talking about homegrown digital public spaces for queer communities, with a particular focus on the Gulf Cooperation Council area, so areas in the Arabian Peninsula and there around.
Thank you, Owen. I love how I am not very needed as a moderator. I love how in the latest minutes people have just chimed into the conversation, because it's a signal that the conversation is vibrant, and this space, it feels really kind and safe space for this conversation. So since we have a few more minutes, if there is someone else that just want to chime in the conversations, please do, because we don't want to lose the opportunity to hear you all. I am sharing once again the Padlet, because it has been populated very actively. And if you want to, after the panel, still continue adding more in the Padlet, feel free for, or reacting to posts, feel free to do so. So maybe we can just start with the final remarks from our panelists, and for giving Karin and Chego a little time for rest, I will invite Sally if you want to bring your final remarks. What does it mean queering Wikipedia from the archives for you?
I think we have almost said everything that, like, in a way to like invent that, but I would like again to like echo community practices of how to like write up queer archives and how to document it and how to bring it into life, and how to challenge the rigid systems of what is considered valuable knowledge. Thank you, Mariana.
Thank you, Sally. Karin, do you have any final thoughts for sharing with everybody?
I just saw that there's another question in the from John Samuel. It's do you face challenges within your organization for documenting queer history, like what to do or what not to do? I think that for us, and kind of particularly, I think as is a priority for a lot of queer spaces, is to approach the subjects, I guess, of the archive with care and consideration. It is one of also when you mentioned earlier about kinds of what did you say, historical representation, I think, is that of respecting how people want to identify themselves. And I guess maybe one of the main challenges off of that is that is to kind of come back to the tension of the visible and the invisible and the dangers of that. So a lot of times when we are actively collecting for the archive and for history is that a lot of people are hesitant to share their lives and stories on record because of the potential of exposing themselves or their families or their loved ones in ways that they might not even know how that the consequences of. That could be sort of physical violence and danger, but it could also be of outing people that might not want to be out yet. And so I think that it is one where when we kind of navigate the question around consent in terms of sharing people's stories or archiving them in the first place, is to give the opportunity to revisit that question of consent if they are still alive, and to kind of continuously do so as we go on. Yeah. And I think that and maybe as a closing statement or comment with that is potentially in the Wikipedia, Wikimedia, Wikispace is I guess the potential for constantly writing and rewriting and editing is the opportunity to retract and add as we go along to that record, according to, I guess, maybe changing opinions or feelings. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Karin. Chego, over to you for some final words, and if you want to address also the question.
Absolutely. I will touch on my experience. I think the biggest challenge that I have recognized or identified is that it is not a challenge towards us as researchers or individuals who are invested in archiving queer history or stories, but I think in order for that to happen, the institutions need to understand that they need to regard the queer communities, marginalized communities as key constituencies of their organizations and institutions. And that means building trust, what Karen was speaking about now, also just this idea of feeling safe within a space to share your story. I already spoke a little bit about, the history of museums in our communities. They are outside of us. They are closed off. They've excluded us for the longest time. Outside of being a kind of an artist and a heritage practitioner, that would never be, I think, the place I pick and say, this is where I feel like my story would be safe. So that needs to be cultivated in order for us to begin to do the work then of being an institution that can be trusted with people's stories. And so I see the biggest challenge I face is the resourcing and the manipulating of organizational structures to make the institution a site where people can begin to build that trust. And that doesn't start with asking people to hand over their works and their stories and their archives to us. It starts with people being able to come into the space and use it for whatever they feel like they need to use it for, not what we are telling people they need to use it for. Institutions, museums, have been facing a kind of crisis of how to connect with various communities for years, and we've circled around that question for such a long time. But the kinds of really small gestures of care and of handing over the space to communities so that they can truly inhabit and own those spaces are very scarce. And so I find that to be the biggest challenge, and not like an opposition to the archiving, but actually that a facilitating of that taking place in organizations like museums and galleries and archives is the challenge. It's obviously, I think, very different for organizations like Gala, which is why it's always really nice to partner with them, because they've been able to build a kind of communal constituency and do so much amazing work that is about connecting and not really just being this repository, but it's how they are part of a community of people, and really informed why they were our go-to in terms of kind of trying to collaborate and co-conspire in doing this kind of work. Because of that building of a community and a constituency that has entrusted them with not only material, but in running programs that are valuable to particular communities at the moment. And I think that's how I would close, and also just thank everyone so much for sharing this space and their thoughts and their time. This is work that always feels very close to the heart.
Thank you so much, Sego. Thank you to everybody. Muchas gracias a todos. It has been a so inspiring session. At least for me, I think that for whose knowledge, this is exactly the kind of conversation we want to promote, to boost, to open up with reliable, with trusted communities like you all. So just saying that, thank you very much, and please continue populating the Padlet if you want. And over to you, Big Owen, for closing the morning sessions.
So we are now, well, thank you very much for this panel, and to all of you, and for the conversation we have been having. We are now having a break, if I am not wrong. So we are taking a little rest until 3:05. What is your time slot? Sorry, 3:05 UTC. And so take some rest, and we come back in a little while just to share the it's two workshops which are happening in parallel, one with Leila Sia and one with Lydia Pinchker. So see you in just a little while. Just take some coffee.
Owen, hi. Sorry, one thing. I don't have permissions to share the screen, so whenever you can, just.
I have just asked our production team to grant those
Lovely,
permissions.
thank you so much.
So we will give it a few moments for people to come back from the break. As people who have only just joined might have realized from the clock being on my screen, we had a 10-minute break just now, which meant I could very hurriedly eat a very unhealthy snack and make more tea. And while we wait for people to come back, I can start to, well, I can point people to the other session running in parallel on Level Up Your Wiki Editing with Wikidata Queries from Lydia Pincher and Lukas Werkmeister from Wikimedia Deutschland, which is on BBB. I don't know the link, but I will look for it in a second and put it in the chat. Whereas here on Zoom, we have Leila Zia, who is the head of research at the Wikimedia Foundation, and Miriam Redi, a research manager on Leila's team, talking about the Knowledge Gap Index and LGBTQ+ communities, because the research team at the Foundation recently published some measurements of the Knowledge Gap Index. Florencia, Flo, you're on the wrong audio channel, Flo. Mejor. The Foundation research team recently published some first measurements of the Knowledge Gap Index, and will be offering more information of many of the identified knowledge gaps in the coming year. And I will hand over to you two and chase your permissions to share your screen.
Thank you so much, Owen. Thank you so much, everyone, for having us. My name is Leila Zia, and as Owen mentioned, I'm head of research at the Wikimedia Foundation, and I'm joined here by my colleague Miriam Reddy. Thank you again for the invitation. I am not sure if the room already has a document for keeping track of notes. If not, we can use the Etherpad that I just pasted in the chat for taking notes. There's some structure there. You're welcome to add your name under attendee in currently row 5. And then for questions and comments, we will use this document to move forward. And yeah, so with that, maybe I'll just pause to ask Miriam if you can already share your screen. Perfect.
You should have permissions now.
And while Miriam is sharing her screen, I'll say that we intend to hold this session a very conversational session. So we really welcome you to engage with us. If you feel comfortable raising your hand and asking questions as we move forward, please do so. If you prefer to just write your questions in the notes document and we just read those as we move forward, also please welcome to do that. I think that the most important part of this hour that we have together is the interactions that we're going to have with one another. So thank you in advance for that. And I already see one hand up.
Yeah, I will very briefly interrupt to remind everyone that we are being, we have simultaneous interpretation at the moment in between English and Spanish. So if people talking can remember to stay relatively slow so that we don't make our translators too stressed. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Owen. So let's get started. I'll say briefly, because I know there has been over the past years multiple changes in the organization, to say that part of the good news here is that Miriam and I have been in the organization for some time. I've been there for a little bit more than 9 years, and Miriam almost a little bit more than 5.5 years. So hopefully we can take some of these learnings and immediately help them become useful in the work that we do for you all. We are here today to talk about Knowledge Gap Index and what we can do with your community. Next slide, please. So very briefly, the research team at the Wikimedia Foundation currently is a team of 7 research scientists, research engineers. We have 4 contractors, 1 intern, 1 research fellow, and 17 what we call formal collaborators, who are volunteer researchers who work with us from across industry and academia. Next slide, please. Our mission is to develop models and insights to utilizing scientific methods and grow the Wikimedia research communities around the Wikimedia projects. We do this work for 2 primary purposes: for supporting technology and policy needs of the Wikimedia projects, and also to advance the understanding of the Wikimedia projects. We have 4 primary audiences. Of course, Wikimedia Foundation is one of the audiences that we serve. Wikimedia affiliates and user groups, and that's part of the reason we are here talking with you today. And then Wikimedia volunteer developers and Wikimedia volunteer researchers. Next, please. We have 2 primary research programs as part of the work that we do. One is what we call Address Knowledge Gaps, and the other is around improving knowledge integrity. We also focus on growing the research community, but that is less of a research activity, more of a community growth and nurturing set of activities that we do. Next slide. Today, we're going to put our focus on the first program, Addressing Knowledge Gaps. And I'm really happy that we are here together with Miriam. Miriam has been leading this program over the past few years, and she's going to take it from here and talk with you about one particular project and some initiatives inside this program. And I'll pass it on to Miriam.
Thank you, Leila. Hello, everyone. My name is Miriam, and I am very happy to be here to share a little bit more about the work that we do in the space of addressing knowledge gaps. So that we are all on the same page, I'm going to start with a principle that is probably very familiar to all of us. Knowledge equity is that principle that is encouraging us to include into Wikimedia projects those knowledge and communities that have been left out by structures of power and privilege. And it's encouraging us as researchers to design technologies that can break down the social, political, and technical barriers preventing people from accessing and contributing to free knowledge. And so as researchers in the knowledge gap space, we are working towards understanding how far we are from reaching this goal of knowledge equity. So the goal of the Addressing Knowledge Gaps program is to identify, measure, and bridge, to actually build research to identify, measure, and bridge those individual components that prevent us from reaching knowledge equity, those inequalities that don't allow us to have everyone accessing and contributing free knowledge for free. And those inequalities are the knowledge gaps. And so within the knowledge gaps program, we have initiatives and projects under 3 main areas of research. The first one is a set of initiatives to identify and define what these inequalities and gaps are. The second one is to measure, provide quantifiable data about these inequalities and these knowledge gaps. And the third one is about bridging knowledge gaps. So actually build a tool that can help us as a community to reduce and bridge those inequalities in Wikimedia projects. And so in the next few slides, we're mainly going to focus on the second part of, on the second area of research, which is measuring gaps. And Owen mentioned the Knowledge Gap Index, which is one of the main initiatives in this area. But I'd like to give you, if I can, a flavor of the other projects that are happening under the umbrella of Address Knowledge Gaps program. So let me quickly start with one of the main initiatives around identifying knowledge gaps. In 2020, we released the Taxonomy of Knowledge Gaps, which is a structured list of all inequalities in Wikimedia projects across our content, our readers, and our contributors. And so to build this list, we actually did a thorough analysis of many community initiatives, many research works, and many other projects that could help us identify the presence of potential or the evidence of potential inequalities in Wikimedia projects. And then after studying these references, we classified them and we built this systematic list of and structured list of these inequalities in Wikimedia projects. The graphic that you see here is a very short summary of the result of this work. If you're really interested in knowing about what is behind this wheel, there are different pieces of documentation, including a 45 pages paper that if you really want to read about, we are happy to share, and I can put some link in the chat later on if you're interested about how we came up with this list. And just to zoom in a little bit on what are the inequalities or potential inequalities in Wikimedia projects across the three areas: content, contributors, and readers. This is a zoom version of these graphics, and I circled in white those areas that are particularly relevant for your community. So we made sure that for content, contributors, and readers, we identified as potential inequalities both gender and sexual orientation. So eventually we can basically bring to visibility that these are areas where we need our attention. We need our attention to bridge these gaps. So while I could talk about the taxonomy for a little bit more, I really wanted to focus on the second area of research under addressing knowledge gap, which is about measuring knowledge gap. And it is a consequence of the existence of the taxonomy of knowledge gaps. So once we have identified a systematic definition of knowledge gaps in Wikimedia projects, the next step is to define metrics. So essentially numbers that can describe the extent of each of these knowledge gaps. Our end goal is to map each of these inequalities, each of these gaps, into a few numbers that can tell us how far we are from reaching knowledge equity. This is our end goal. And so we have started designing these metrics so that we can start. This is work in progress. So we are very, very happy to hear any feedback that you might have on this. But we have started measuring 5 of the gaps in content. And these are the gaps for which it is easier for us as researchers in our space to generate data about. We are going to work on extending this, and we are currently working on extending this. Before I show you some of the results about this data, I want to mention that some of the definitions of gender and sexual orientation are mainly taken from Wikidata. So we try to be as we use Wikidata so that we could reflect how our communities label different genders and different sexual orientations. I am definitely not a social scientist, and I don't understand everything about demographics and everything about the complexities of this space. And so if any of the labels of the definitions that I talk about are incorrect or can be potentially harmful, I'd love to hear your feedback, because we need to change that. We are trying to reflect what the community, how the community is labeling this space, but we love to hear your feedback about that. And apologies in advance if I make some mistakes in terminology. This is due to, you know, my lack of knowledge. It's really comes with a lot of love to all of you. Thank you, Owen, for the heart. So okay, so the result, so this data can tell us many things. There are existing tools about that can already produce some measurements about, for example, the global gender gap. And what we see here is Humaniki, that probably some of you know, that is a very interesting project that can surface measurement about the presence of content. This is data taken, I believe, from English Wikipedia or all Wikimedia projects. Sorry, I forgot. But this, what Humaniki can do is to give a snapshot of the current distribution of content across genders. So the percentage of female content, male content, and other genders. Now, with the data that we released, we can go a little bit beyond that. And because actually this is work in progress, we would love, again, to hear any thoughts that you have about how we can actually make this data useful for you. Let me just give you a few examples. If we just take the same data, the same snapshot of distribution of content across different genders, because we actually read all labels from Wikidata, we can go from essentially a 3-category distribution of content across 3 categories, so male, female, and other genders, to actually get into in this bigger pie chart into the distribution of content across all the genders as labeled on Wikidata. So what we see here is that among genders other than male and female, almost half of the content on all Wikipedias is about transgender female. The second top gender is non-binary, and the third top gender is transgender male. This, I probably forgot to say that this reflects data from all editions of Wikipedia. And so another interesting type of information that we can get from the data that we are releasing is the evolution of the distribution of content across gender over time, since the beginning of time in all Wikipedias. So what we see here is that, for example, content about other genders started being generated later than content about men and women, but it then raised, of course, it's still not to the level of the other genders, but it raised quite quickly. So this really speaks to the work of all the communities who are dedicating their time to create new content about these genders. And again, here we see also the distribution, the evolution over time of the amount of content or the amount of articles about the top 10 genders that are not men and women. So again, there are some genders, for example, gender fluid, who is raising very fast during the past few years. I'm going to give you links to all these plots and numbers so you can actually take a deeper look into that and actually analyze this plot much better than I can do probably in this few minutes that we have together. We do also, as suggested by our taxonomy of knowledge gap, we also have similar data about the amount of content for articles of people with different sexual orientation. And we're not going to see a lot of these plots because it is not easy to compare sexual orientations that are not heterosexual with the heterosexual orientation. And this is because, again, we're taking labels from Wikidata, and the majority of people who are heterosexual are not labeled as such, because this is the dominant category. And so there is not enough probably community interest in labeling these people as heterosexual, and as a result, the percentage of Wikidata items and by consequence Wikipedia pages that are annotated as heterosexual is really small compared to the reality. So what we can see here is actually the distribution across all non-heterosexual sexual orientations. And we see that the top three are homosexuality, bisexuality, and lesbianism. So these are labels coming directly from Wikidata. So if we want to be able to compare this type of content of non-heterosexual individuals with the heterosexual individual, we really need to make a global effort to have actually the dominant category annotated on Wikidata. Again, yes.
Sorry, please finish. I wanted to just pause, and there are a couple of questions in the Etherpad.
Please,
maybe a good time.
Please, I'm not seeing anything. I'm just seeing my screen.
All good. I can maybe read the first one on line 15. The question is, have you worked with the Wikidata and Gender project about how gender is represented on Wikidata and the problems with property 21, P21?
Thank you for this question. We are aware of these limitations. We haven't necessarily worked with the project itself. I'm curious to hear what are the types of what are the ways in which we could collaborate, and what are the learnings that this person can think of that would be useful for us to know. We've been trying to how to say, again, I am not a specialist, so I've been trying to understand these discussions, but we probably also as researchers need all of your help to understand better what the issues are. So happy to discuss more about this. Yes, Owen.
So I added that question.
Yes.
The user group has been working with the Gender in Wikidata working group for a little while, and there are some sessions in our Wednesday schedule starting at 15:40 UTC with a lecture from Daniele Metilli and some of their team on querying Wikidata, early insights from the Wikidata Gender Diversity Project, and then both a lecture and a workshop from the Gender in Wikidata working group with Ariela Rodriguez, Cristel Iragui, and Alex Young. I know at least one of them is based in Toronto and another one isn't, but I don't remember where they're all based. About how gender is denoted in Wikidata and property P21. I will make sure to connect all of you together after today's session.
Thank you so much. That will be great.
Okay, this is great. And I think, Owen, by bringing this up, you already answered one of our questions for you all, which was going to happen later, which is the issue of at least one of the issues we had observed, which is the non-separation of sexuality and gender in P21, which we wanted to follow up with you about. So it seems Wednesday is at least one good next place.
Yeah, those sessions on Wednesday in particular, but also a conversation with Ariel, Crystal and Alex would be very useful for you, I'm sure. I'll email you all together.
Okay. And then there is a next comment about a few people mentioned in the chat about ways in which, is it Denelej was better than Humaniki? Do you know anything about or who we could talk to about the product backlog and development pipeline? I actually don't know much about this, but Miriam, I wonder if you know, and if not, we can maybe take it to do and come back with some response.
You are muted, Miriam.
Thank you. I couldn't find the unmute button with the full screen, so sorry about that. Okay, so I don't have a very good answer for this question, and this is very exciting for researchers. When we don't have answers to questions, we are going to investigate about it. So I am happy to look into this. I think we know, I don't know I know that people in our team have been working closely with or at least interacting with the organizers of Humaniki. So I will loop them into this conversation and get as much information from them as I can. I am sorry, I can't provide a better answer than this. Apologies.
And this was it, I think, for now, Miriam. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I think there are also good news in this presentation, and it might be time for it. So thanks to the data that we get from the Knowledge Gap Index, we can also measure automatically the quality of articles, not only the number of articles for each gender, but also the average quality of those articles across all wikis. And so when we plot the average quality of articles for female, male, and other genders over time, what we see is that thanks to the work that these communities are doing, the quality of the average quality of an article about other genders is actually has increased over time, and it's now much higher than the average article about a man or a woman. It is already good news that articles about women tend to have higher quality than articles about men, given the big gender gap that we have just with these two genders. But when we see this evolution over time, this is really talking about the organized work around articles of people and individuals that are identify as other genders. So I guess probably some of you are here, and so I want to really celebrate this because you're doing amazing work. The other interesting piece of data that I wanted to share with you is about the visibility of the articles that about different genders. So what this plot shows is over time, the average page views that one article about a man, a woman, or a non-binary folk, or a folk who identifies about other gender gets. So because there are many, many articles about men and many, many articles about women, when we look at the average visibility of these articles, this is actually quite low. So in every month, the average men or women article get between 50 and 70 page views, while articles of individuals about other gender get much more visibility, and their visibility is like increasing. So that means that whenever you create an article about someone who doesn't identify as men or women, it is going to get a lot of visibility because there are very few of those, and they're probably extremely notable people, and because they're also high quality, they get a lot of attention. And so this to say that the work of organized groups around these genders is actually extremely important because it gets immediately more visible than others. So no pressure, but you're gonna get a lot of views when you work on these topics. What else do I have? Oh, yes. This is all about gender. So I don't know, Leila, if there is anything else in the...
Yeah, there are a couple of questions maybe you can start tackling. One is about what does the Wikimedia Foundation use this data for internally?
Yes. Leila, do you want to probably get this?
I can speak to that, yeah. And Miriam, please feel free to complement and add different perspectives. So one of the primary reasons that we in the research team have been trying over the past 4 years to encourage Wikimedia Foundation to start looking at this kind of data is that in the past, we have noticed that when data is not available, the foundation defaults back to specific types of gaps for which we have the information, right? So for example, in the past, we had information about gender. So we could see some things about the gender in content. And because that measurement was available, the foundation had an easier time to think and make decisions about what to do with the gender of the content or the gender of the contributors or the gender of readers. One of the primary goals of the taxonomy of knowledge gap that the team has built is to help list all the different gap types that the Wikimedia Foundation should be aware of. So it is important, for example, to think about accessibility at the same time that we're thinking about gender, at the same time we're thinking about sexual orientation. It is important to think about the readability of the articles and all of these gaps that exist on the Wikimedia projects. So from the research team's perspective, we want to make sure all the gaps are laid out so that decision makers can make decisions about what to do with these different types of gaps. Miriam, I know you're going to talk later about some of the work about bridging gaps. And I want to just pass it to you if you have other perspectives and dimensions you want to add about how we use this data internally.
Yeah, thank you, Leila. So most of it was very well summarized in your response. Something we are thinking about is also trying to make these categories, trying to use these topics, let's say these gender topics or other topics that are related to other inequalities, more visible to people who are working on, for example, building campaigns or building events or editathons around specific topics. So if we are able to provide these labels or these numbers as part of the tools that we provide to community organizers, then it will be easier for them to find, for example, the right list of articles that need more attention according to the topic and the equality topic they are interested into. So this is a work in progress, and we are trying also as a research team to advocate about introducing these labels and these filters in some of the tools that we provide to communities.
Thank you so much, Miriam. Then there's another question about how do you compute these measurements, if you can speak to that?
Yes. So most of the measurements that you see, they are generated. So the how, I am assuming that we are not talking about the actual engineering component, but where is the data coming from? I can speak a little bit to the engineering component, but I'm not engineered. So, okay. So this data is computed by mapping Wikipedia articles to their corresponding Wikidata items. And then for each of the inequalities that we're looking at, gender, sexual orientation, geography, we go and look at the properties, for example, P21, that are relevant to that specific inequality, in this case, gender. And then because most Wikipedia articles are associated with the Wikidata items, and we can essentially label the Wikipedia article with the value of the Wikidata property. So we have the different genders, we have the different sexual orientation. And so now that we have all article labels according to these topics or these categories, we can then compute these kind of statistics. For example, we can say that in, I don't know, July 2017, there were these N articles that were created, and a percentage of them was about male, another percentage was about female, another percentage was about other genders. And then not only we can compute the number, but we can also, by looking at our data around page views, we can also associate to the article for that month, the number of page views that that article get, and then average the page views across all articles about female, male, and other genders. So we calculate all these numbers every month, and then we update the data sets that we release. One probably interesting and a little bit different measurement is the quality measurement. The quality measurement is actually a quality score that is automatically assigned to an article based on a classifier, an internal automated method that we developed in the research team. So what this method does is that it looks at an article and it looks at indicators of quality. For example, the number of references, number of images, number of paragraphs, number of blue links. And then it associates these properties of the articles with a quality score based on the labels that community give to individual articles. So for example, featured article, good article, B quality, C quality, etc. So this algorithm learns how to associate the property of a page with the labels given by the community, so that for those pages that are not labeled by the community, the algorithm can automatically score them. And so we can, for each article, we can score it according to this predicted quality. And then again, we can average across different genders based on the labels that we got from Wikidata.
Thanks so much, Miriam. Yeah, yes. I think this is helpful, and I'm seeing follow-up questions about where the community can use Python or R, or how can they really use this data. And I suspect in a couple of slides, you're going to start showing that. So I'm thinking if we can, there's one perhaps quick question on the previous slide you were in, which is there's a spike in this slide, sorry, the one after. Yes. The question is, I see spikes in the input at or near the spikes in the COVID pandemic, causation or coincidence. If you can briefly mention this and then we move on.
Yeah, it's actually not a coincidence. We had, so spikes, if you see spikes, they are actually across different genders, right? So we had a volume, we registered at on our end, we registered a higher volume of page views and access to our sites during pandemic compared to previous years. So those spikes that you see across different genders are probably a consequence of this increased volume and interest on Wikipedia. People had more time at home and more time to discover knowledge, and so we got an huge increase in terms of page views. This specific spike that we see here, this is, I think, this looks like November 2020, and this is very good, a very good observation. I don't know specifically what this is about. I am now curious to go and see whether there was a specific event that or a celebration that caused more interest around non-binary genders. Maybe some of you know, these are generally, when we see spikes of interest, they're generally a reaction of either media attention on some topics or world events. And so I don't know exactly what happened in November 2020, but I want to know now. I am going to investigate.
Thank you so much, Miriam. There are a couple of more questions, but I think in the interest of time, I will say let's skip to the maybe slide where you can talk about the data and show the data.
Yes. So this is just one slide to show you that there is data about topics other than gender. So what you see in this map is the distribution of articles across different geographies. Again, this is for all Wikipedias. And what we see is that most of the English-speaking country in the global north is much more represented than the global south. So this is just to show that there is a lot of work to do on other spaces, sadly, as well. And that the data is there for you also to look at this. Yes, this is the slide Leila mentioned. So this is a summary of the data that is available to you. As of today, I share the first link earlier in the chat. This is where you see the links to the actual raw data. So the knowledge gap index data as of now consists into 5 knowledge gaps: gender, geography, sexual orientation, time, and multimedia. And for each of these gaps, we have 4 measurements: the number of articles, the quality of the articles, the average monthly page views, and the average number of revisions that the articles get, partitioned by different gender categories, geographies categories, and so on. So you can find the raw data in this, so you can find a summary of the measurements and a link to the raw data in this meta page. So just to show you, the raw data is as of now available in what we call a CSV format. So these are probably, there are very, very big tables of measurements for example, every gender, for every month of the lifetime of Wikipedia since the beginning of time. And so for every Wikipedia language, by the way, and also for Wikidata. So these are very, very big files. So if you are a data nerd, that is all for you. If you like data, raw data, this is the rawest available data. But we actually, for this presentation specifically, if you like to see like a more user-friendly format of these data, actually in this document that I shared with you, it's in this slide, and I don't know, Leila, if you can put it.
It is in the Etherpad as well.
It's in the Etherpad.
It's in the resources section.
Yes, and you probably don't have access, so I'm going to give you to anyone with the link, so you can view the spreadsheet. So what you will find in this, this is a spreadsheet where you can see the same plot that we saw in this presentation, but you can also see the raw data that is behind this plot, and it's a little bit more aggregated. And so you can, for example, I can also expand I can also expand, for example, here you have, you can see the actual numbers for the top 10 genders that are non-men and women. And here you can see the distribution for every sexual orientation. So instead of having just this figure, you can see numbers, and you can, you can look at the specific genders that or sexual orientations that you're interested in. Any question? I'm just showing you what the material available is, and then you can ask me any questions. Oh dear, we're 7 minutes. I'm sorry. It's quite late. Lastly, for those of you who like to code, there is a Python notebook that explains how to get the raw data from this location that I showed you before, and do some very basic analysis. And actually, these are the numbers that we saw in this presentation. So again, there is the link is in the Etherpad, and you can play here and try to like expose the categories that are more interesting for you. This is work in progress, so I'm also very happy to, if you have questions about how to use this Python notebook, please reach out so that I can make it a little bit more user-friendly, because at the moment it was just produced by my head for you, and it's probably not the best. So any questions on how to use it or how to improve it, please let me know.
There is a question/request in the chat. Would you consider having a tutorial session on how to use this data?
Yes, this is an excellent question. And I think we submitted a proposal for exactly this at Wikimania. And so hopefully we're gonna get this showcased at Wikimania and then share the recording. If this doesn't happen at Wikimania, we can do this maybe offline or not at Wikimania. I can record a video and then share it. We've done this before for other when we, for example, we presented the taxonomy. And so that is, if you think this can be useful, I am happy to do this for the communities. Yes.
Thank you so much. And I will actually use this as a segue to say, as you have probably taken from Miriam's response, we would like to make this data more accessible to you all. One of the questions that we have is how can we interact with the different user groups and affiliates who are active in this space to help them learn how to utilize data. And Miriam, as Miriam mentioned, Wikimania is going to be hopefully one place that we can do this. There can be other opportunities, but we rely on you at this moment to tell us what can work for you as members of a user group best. It can be that you all want to organize like a dedicated session on your own, sorry, not on your own, but for your user group, and bring us, to walk you through how to interact with this data. But I think I want to leave us all with this message that is critical for us, that this data and all of this work is eventually used, because there has been a lot of care, there's a lot of rooms for improvement, and this can only happen if we all work closely with you. So you have our commitment for working with you. Please help us understand how we can bring this data closer to you and the work that you do. Miriam, we have a little bit less than 8 minutes. Before the end of the session, and I wonder, if you want 5 past, yes. Okay. I wonder if you want to open it to questions or you want to proceed.
I think I am happy, since we are here and this is supposed to be interactive. I'd like to hear if there are any other questions. I also have questions for all of you, because, as I said, we've been working, we've been designing metrics together with parts of the community. But when it comes to building ways for all of you to use the data, we are at the start right now. So this is a very good point in time to discuss how you would, what are the ways in which data can be useful for you. How would you like to explore this data? And is there any additional type of analysis that you would like to see? So, Leila, I think I can share the slides so you can see the rest of what I wanted to share about bridging knowledge gaps, but maybe given in the interest of time, let's just focus on this.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Miriam. So there was one question, Miriam, about how people can follow up if they have questions. I offered the office hours with a link in the resource section of the Etherpad, as well as reaching out to you directly, potentially, Miriam. There are some questions on the screen. If you all want to take any of these questions and respond to them, please do. If you want to ask other questions, please feel free to unmute and ask at this point.
Natasha, did you have further questions around breaking some of those data down by different language wikis? Because I think that would be quite interesting, and I know it's a thing you're personally very interested in.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. It's all of this is very interesting as far as I am concerned, because Les 100 Pages is a user group. We do editathons, and we try also to reflect on where to direct newbies and more confirmed editors to fill in the gaps. We really need a few people within the group to know to get around the data themselves, and that is for me the most important thing. Genelese used to provide that in a very easy way, by profession, by wiki, by project, by time, by gender. And so now we are, since it's down, we are left in a vacuum, and we don't really know where to direct our contribution in the future to be able to fill in the gaps. So the question I have is, yeah, I would really like to have a tutorial. I don't know how to code. I can learn, but I've looked at the page published by the VMF before, and I don't even know how to, I know how to download a CSV file, but I don't know how basically to use it on my computer, what to do. So it's basically, I'm a total noob there, and I would like to learn, so to use the data myself. So that would be our needs. And I'm sure in Les 100 Pages, there would be a lot of people like me that are not data nerds and need to be able to go around by themselves.
Thank you, Natasha, for sharing this. I have a little bit of good news for you. We are working on an API for this data. This means that it will be very easy to get answer. Even if you're not a data nerd, you can easily get answer to the questions that you have about your specific wiki on a specific gender in a specific time span. And the better news is that our intention is to have this data available through Wikistats. Do you know Wikistats?
No.
Wikistats, I am going to, maybe I can quickly.
I'm gonna pull up the link again.
I can, maybe Wikistats.
But yeah.
So Wikistats is this beautiful website that is maintained by one of our sister teams at the Wikimedia Foundation, and it contains high-level statistics about readers, contributors, and content. For example, the total page views for, I don't know, Afrikaans Wikipedia in the past few 6 months or something. Okay, so hopefully we can extend this website to get to ingest the knowledge gaps data, so that you will be able to use these kind of buttons to filter the data. And for example, here you will be able to choose your own Wikipedia, and then you will be able here to choose different metrics, and maybe here different genders. So this is our best effort for now to make this data available to the non-data savvy people. And if everything goes well, this should happen in the next 4 weeks. So I'll keep you posted. Natasha, yes, I see your hands raised.
Yes. Yeah, what we need specifically, because we have told that for the Humaniki, and we were quite deceived that it was not implemented, is geographical. Like, for example, geographical coverage. How many articles about women there are in Sudan? How many articles about non-binary people there are in China, for example, over the time? And also we needed to be a breakdown by profession, because like women warriors and women Catholic priests are the less represented. So we would like to have this data over time for all genders, and also to break it down by language and by geography. That would be the ideal thing, because then we can say, oh, we don't have that many women warriors in China. Let's get an editathon specifically on that, because we need that to direct contribution.
Thank you. And I know, Owen, we need to close. Thank you, Natasha. This is a great suggestions. We don't have at the moment data about intersection of gaps. So for example, geographies and gender, but we are thinking of making this also available. So please bear with us a little bit more. Behind every single number, there are some years of work. So we are doing our best, but we heard this from other parts of the community, this intersection, the need for this data about intersections, and we will look at it. So thank you for your suggestion. Yeah, and hearts back.
Owen, I think you should feel free to stop us here. Thank you so much for having us for this conversation. I hope that this is the start of a conversation between the work that is happening in the research team and the amazing work that you all are doing on the ground. So please stay in touch and please help us understand how we can help you. These questions are, of course, are helpful. Natasha, what you recommended as having a couple of people who can work more closely with the data can be amazing as well. There can be other ideas.
I've already mentioned in the user group governance team chat that we should see what we can arrange, both to, for an audience of people who like playing with data and want to volunteer their time doing so with tools you can offer, and also kind of working with you so that we can help inform the work that you do in this area. I'm sure there will be a lot of useful synergy that can happen there. I will also mention again the sessions we have coming up on Wednesday around gender in Wikidata that are quite closely related to some of these themes. There is just over 1 hour of sessions starting at 15:40 UTC on Wednesday. So that's 12:40 in Argentina, 17:40 in continental Europe, 8:40 in the morning on the US West Coast. And there are, of course, other sessions throughout the conference that will have small intersections. For now, thank you very much, Leila and Miriam, for your time, and we look forward to expanding our work together in the future. For now, we're going to take a break. If I can find where we are in the schedule, we will take a break. We're due for 7 minutes. I'll round it up to 10. And so see people back here at 18 minutes past the hour. So that is 16:18 UTC. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. No.
Owen, can you do the next introduction?
I can.
Oh, thank you.
Actually, it might make more sense for Vic to, because our next two sessions are in Spanish.
Exactly.
Vic, ¿se puede introducirlo? Oh, I'm not sure Vic is connected.
Ouch.
Oh yeah, no, Vic is connected, but needs to be made a co-host again.
Yeah. Yeah, Vicky's co-hosting again.
Okay, we are back from our break, and I think I am going to have to introduce the next session. So I will do so in English instead of Vic doing so in Spanish. Next, we have, actually I need to check, are the presenters here?
A lightning talk.
I can't see the presenters in the attendance list. Momentito.
Miguel is here. He was just in a previous workshop. Who is speaking? The one who is giving a lecture.
Yeah, Miguel, if we move you to now, does that work for you, or do you need a little more time?
It's only 10 minutes before he would speak anyway.
Hey,
Okay, can we make Miguel a, you already have. Miguel, you can run your session now, el renacimiento de diversidad. Would you like to introduce yourself first?
bueno, vale. No sé por qué canal tengo que hablar o...
All good.
Para la
Es bueno.
interpretación, lo mejor es que te quedes en el canal de audio. Entiendo. Should he go to Spanish or keep it in the original? I always get confused in this.
I think Miguel is correctly on Spanish, and I could hear
Okay.
Tasha over him interpreting. I think it is good.
Está bien.
Ok, en español, ok. Bueno, pues voy a compartir la pantalla. A ver si puedo.
Creo que tienes permisión. Sí.
¿Se ve bien? Ok,
Es bien.
ok. Bueno. Mi charla se titula Renacimiento de las diversidades en Wikipedia, caso de análisis sobre la reactivación del wikiproyecto LGBT en España. Bien. El wikiproyecto LGBT fue fundado en 2007 por María Sefiradi como un espacio para la coordinación y organización de contenidos, también como un lugar de reunión y cobijo para personas LGBT+, que editan en Wikipedia en español. Durante varios años gozó de gran actividad. Se establecieron sus objetivos, se creó una infraestructura desde el Wikiproyecto y se debatieron estratégicamente los contenidos y la coordinación en la página de discusión. Se crearon de forma regular artículos y traducciones, muchos de ellos buenos y destacados. Llegó a ser incluso el Wikiproyecto más activo y con más impacto de la Wikipedia en español. Pero a partir de 2013 la producción decayó, por diversos motivos que pudieron ser detectados. Particularmente, el periodo de inactividad se debió a un desánimo y abandono entre quienes participaban por los continuos comentarios y ataques homófobos hacia los artículos y hacia sus autores, dentro de la propia comunidad wikipedista. Y, sobre todo, por la ausencia de protecciones estructurales, como pueden ser políticas, comprensión de la problemática específica. Escucho la traducción ahora mismo.
Es bien para yo, pero Natasha habla que no se puede oír. Tasha, si fuerte. Yeah, I could hear you previously.
Ok. Decía que había una serie de protecciones estructurales que no existían, como políticas y comprensión de la problemática específica que enfrenta a nuestro grupo y colectivo. Poco o ningún reconocimiento de esta labor de publicación de artículos y también ataques desde foros externos a Wikipedia. En la imagen, en la estadística, podemos ver cómo en principio entre 2007 y 2011 la producción fue bastante alta de artículos publicados por participantes del Wikiproyecto LGBT. Pero es a partir de 2011-2013 que esta producción decae de forma considerable. En 2021, una nueva generación de wikipedistas hispanohablantes que se reunieron en el chat de Telegram de Wikimedia LGBT decidió buscar un espacio donde poder coordinarse para editar sobre temática LGBT+, y encontró el Wikiproyecto. Es cuando se renueva este compromiso por organizarse y actuar, y particularmente reactivar el proyecto con nuevos objetivos y estrategias. ¿Cómo lo hemos logrado? Una vez que algunos usuarios y usuarias que participaban del grupo Wikimedia LGBT notamos la desarticulación de editores queer en la Wikipedia en español, iniciamos un proceso de reactivación y dinamización del mismo, ejecutando las siguientes actividades. Primero, hicimos una sistematización de artículos fundamentales requeridos por país, generando listados, manteniendo interés en completar esos artículos faltantes que estaban en rojo, que no tenían el enlace interno en rojo, y poniendo más énfasis en la historia, el activismo y en las expresiones culturales de cada país. Sacamos la mirada del activismo de Europa y Estados Unidos y la pusimos en Latinoamérica. Notamos que la gran mayoría de artículos LGBT eran traducciones de la Wikipedia en inglés y por ende estaban centrados en la diversidad sexual y el activismo desde una perspectiva anglosajona y eurocentrista. Nos dimos cuenta que la única forma de crear una comunidad sólida entre los usuarios de habla hispana era contando la historia de nuestros propios países y que tradicionalmente ha estado invisibilizada. Todos piensan en Stonewall cuando se habla del origen del activismo LGBT. Pero nuestro objetivo de este nuevo momento de la comunidad LGBT en Wikipedia en español era descubrir cuáles eran nuestros Stonewalls de cada uno de los países de Latinoamérica y rescatar esa historia para nuestra enciclopedia. Pusimos el foco en la diversidad dentro de nuestra propia diversidad. Visibilizamos realidades periféricas y también buscábamos ser más transversales e interseccionales. Realizamos un contacto con usuarios que editan artículos LGBT mediante invitaciones en las páginas de discusión. También pusimos esfuerzos en nominar artículos a la categoría de bueno y destacado y compartir estos artículos antes de nominarlos entre los usuarios participantes del Wikiproyecto para poder tener un primer filtro de mejora y de este modo aumentar las posibilidades de que sean aprobados. Tras implementar estas actividades, logramos reanimar la comunidad de editores LGBT y comenzamos a pensar en actividades algo más ambiciosas. La más importante ha sido la creación de un evento mensual permanente llamado País del Mes, donde la comunidad se une para publicar contenido LGBT sobre un país en particular en base a un listado de artículos sugeridos elaborado con antelación. Nuevamente pusimos énfasis en países del sur global cuya historia LGBT ha sido invisibilizada y que no cuenta con contenido suficiente en la enciclopedia. Como parte del evento, entregamos 2 condecoraciones mensuales. Una a la persona editora con más creaciones de artículos LGBT en general y otra condecoración a quien haya creado más biografías de mujeres lesbianas. De esta manera, de 2019 a 2020, la cantidad de artículos sobre temática LGBT creados por integrantes del Wikiproyecto aumentó en un más de 200%, de 59 artículos a 179 de 2020 a 2021. La cantidad de artículos ha seguido aumentando y en 2022 alcanzamos 362 artículos creados por participantes del Wikiproyecto LGBT. Y en los 4 primeros meses de 2023 ya llevamos 250. Este número es de la semana pasada. Actualmente estamos ya en 260 artículos. En esta gráfica vemos esos 2 momentos. El inicio del Wikiproyecto, la etapa Valle de 2013 a 2019 y luego la reactivación del Wikiproyecto LGBT. Los artículos creados reflejan además una diversidad geográfica mucho más notable, lo que se ha alcanzado principalmente con la iniciativa de País del Mes. Como ejemplo, en abril elegimos Paraguay. Antes de ello, Paraguay solo contaba con 12 artículos relacionados a temáticas LGBT. Luego del evento, los artículos resultaron ser 23. Y aunque es un número relativamente pequeño, se logró duplicar el número tanto de biografías como contenido LGBT en general del país elegido en ese mes, con énfasis en los aspectos históricos del movimiento. Otros casos destacables fueron Bolivia, en donde se crearon 12 artículos, uno de cultura LGBT y otro de historia LGBT del país. Mientras que cuando elegimos España, tuvimos participación de personas que se unieron al Wikiproyecto y que continúan publicando artículos de contenido LGBT. Del lado de contenidos destacados, hemos tenido un considerable aumento de artículos buenos y destacados. Hasta 2019, solo existían 21 artículos destacados LGBT en Wikipedia en español. Hoy el número está ya en 26. En cuanto a artículos buenos, teníamos 21 hasta 2019. Esta cifra ha aumentado a 36. Y también en la imagen podemos ver en el gráfico cómo esa etapa entre 2011 y 2019 prácticamente no se eligieron ningún artículo destacado ni ningún artículo bueno en Wikipedia en español. Otros logros conseguidos fueron el de superar los 200 artículos sobre personas no binarias en Wikipedia en español. Había 153 y ahora hay 222. Y también hemos completado todos los artículos sobre diversidad sexual por país. Del lado de la iniciativa de País del Mes, se han publicado a día de hoy 94 artículos y se han ampliado 6 en los primeros 4 meses de este año. Tanto de Argentina, Bolivia, España y Paraguay. El País del Mes de mayo hemos elegido México y vamos por buen camino. Tenemos una serie de ideas de futuro. Como próximas actividades que tenemos pensadas, tenemos esa ambición de crear contenido audiovisual en formato de entrevista a destacadas personas y activistas por los derechos LGBT+ de cada país, el país abordado en nuestro evento mensual, para que nos cuenten la historia olvidada de la diversidad sexual en nuestra región. Asimismo, realizar actividades como maratones fotográficas para subir imágenes a Wikimedia Commons o buscar la liberación de materiales por parte de organizaciones LGBT. Muchas gracias. Y si tienen alguna pregunta, ya la podéis hacer.
What do you think is the most useful lesson that you have learned from organizing these content programs like País del Mes?
Particularmente es aprender también de nuestra historia. Hasta que no empezamos en el Wikiproyecto LGBT a sistematizar los artículos por países, realmente en muchos casos, y en mi caso en particular, no nos dimos cuenta de la diversidad que teníamos delante. Es decir, y de todo lo que faltaba por publicar en Wikipedia en español. Yo creía que la historia LGBT de Latinoamérica era bastante simple, incluso estaba supeditada a la historia anglosajona, a la historia de Estados Unidos, pero me he dado cuenta que no es así, que tenemos una rica historia LGBT, pero el problema seguimos teniendo que no es investigada. Cuando sí que es investigada, ahí inmediatamente podemos llegar a crear esos artículos. Y eso es una cosa buena que por lo menos yo y muchas personas que integran el Wikiproyecto hemos aprendido. ¿Alguna pregunta más?
Sí, Miguel, te hago una pregunta.
Dime.
¿Qué tipo de interacciones o de conexiones crees que puede existir entre lo que vienen haciendo como grupo de usuarios con los capítulos? Porque alguna vez hemos tenido alguna pequeña colaboración y me pregunto si eso se ha podido replicar con otros capítulos de la región.
Claro. Yo veo el problema que no somos realmente ni grupo de usuarios, no somos grupo de usuarios, somos un wikiproyecto que le integran personas que editan en la Wikipedia en español. ¿De qué manera nos organizamos? Nos organizamos dentro del wikiproyecto, pero también utilizamos Telegram para comunicarnos entre nosotros. A partir de ahí, la comunicación con otros capítulos y con otros grupos de usuarios pues viene siendo quien conoce a determinadas personas de esos capítulos y ahí poder realizar esos enlaces. Con vosotros, Wikimedia Argentina, sí que logramos tener una comunicación y pudimos, cuando tocó el país del mes Argentina, sí que hubo bastante producción de artículos. Con Wikimedistas de Bolivia también nos comunicamos con ellos y sí que animaron a las personas que pertenecían a su grupo de usuarios y también realizaron una labor de redes sociales para animar a gente del país. Con Paraguay no fue así porque no existe ningún capítulo ni grupo de usuarios en Paraguay. Y con Wikimedia España, realmente yo creo que les comuniqué que iba a existir este país del mes y bueno, ellos realizaron una labor también de comunicación a sus comunidades, ¿no? A través de redes sociales. Con Wikimedia México es parecido el caso que con Wikimedia Argentina. Sí que hemos notado que personas que pertenecen al capítulo se han unido al reto del país del mes y también, aunque no han realizado todavía una comunicación de redes sociales como yo me lo hubiera esperado, pero estamos pendientes de ello. Todavía estamos a 14 de mayo, que podemos seguir haciendo cosas, ¿no? Para que el eco sea mayor. De cara a los siguientes países del mes, sí que tenemos que adelantarnos y realizar esos contactos previos. Pero recordemos que en estos momentos pues somos personas voluntarias y el tiempo que tenemos es bastante limitado para todo este tipo de acciones.
O sea, ayer sábado, como parte del nodo local que hicimos de la queering aquí en Buenos Aires, Argentina, la actividad consistió en hacer un conversatorio con activistas reconocidos por la comunidad. Y en el conversatorio lo que pedimos fue que tanto las personas que vinieron a exponer sus trayectorias como quienes estaban presentes contaran cuáles eran los nombres o los hitos de la trayectoria que estaban narrando, que consideraban que debería estar en la enciclopedia. Y aprovechamos la actividad para sacar de esa actividad un listado. Entonces me pregunto como si esa no es una retroalimentación positiva que podemos llegar a tener, más allá de que el país del mes de Argentina pasó, pero si hay algo de ese listado que luego de depurar qué puede efectivamente estar en Wiki, qué podría formar parte de cronologías o de otras páginas que no sean artículos principales, que por ejemplo si eso podría, no sé, transferirse de ese listado a Wikiproyecto para que quede disponible como el listado de países de artículos vacantes para Argentina. Porque tal vez actividades de este estilo para capítulos que no tienen tanta cercanía con la comunidad LGBT, pero la están empezando a construir, sean actividades más sencillas de armar en colaboración y así sacar listados para actividades de futuro.
Claro,
Pienso que se podría proponer.
sí, nosotros, de hecho, los listados que preparamos para la actividad de País del Mes están disponibles en el Wikiproyecto. Si uno accede al Wikiproyecto en una de las pestañas donde dice artículos solicitados, bajamos y vemos aquí la lista de artículos solicitados por país. Es un poco engorroso quizás llegar a ello, pero lo tenemos dividido por continentes y si vamos a Argentina, lo tenemos aquí. Entonces, nosotros la forma que manejamos este listado es que abrimos la edición para que se vayan añadiendo nombres. Si Wikimedia Argentina tiene ese listado, podría añadir esos nombres a estos enlaces, ¿no? Editándolo. Y sobre todo, lo que necesitamos es también añadir las referencias necesarias para crear estos artículos. Y bueno, y también crear el ítem en Wikidata para también tenerlo presente. Claro, el problema que siempre tenemos en esto es, a lo mejor, no es, hay ciertas personas que pueden ser consideradas relevantes, pero quizás no lo sean tanto o quizás no tengamos las referencias necesarias para poder crear sus artículos. Entonces también lo tomamos esto como una referencia de búsqueda, o sea, tenemos este listado para también realizar de vez en cuando unas ciertas búsquedas de referencias para irlas añadiendo y posteriormente hacer la creación de estos artículos. Pero claro, por cada país en este caso de América, bueno, los tenemos de todo el mundo, pero por cada país de América tenemos esos listados. Por ejemplo, con Chile, igual, tenemos una serie de nombres que se han ido añadiendo tanto por nuestros conocimientos, lo que vamos investigando y lo que vamos leyendo, o con ayuda externa. Entonces, pues sí, siempre se puede seguir añadiendo aquí nombres. No es una forma automatizada, lo sé. De hecho, intentamos realizar esa automatización con Alemania, recogiendo y haciendo consultas a Wikidata, pero yo no lo veo tan sencillo. Lo más sencillo es, yo creo, es ir añadiendo aquí nombres. No sé si eso contesta tu pregunta.
Sí, y creo que una opción es, si eso está abierto a colaboraciones externas a personas de Wikiproyecto, es que dentro de las editatonas, cuando hagamos editatonas centradas en comunidad LGBT, que tanto trabajemos sobre ese listado, como que llamemos a las personas a sumar contenido
Eso
a ese
es.
listado.
Y otra cosa, el país del mes es una actividad a futuro lejano, o sea, largo. Es decir, cabe la posibilidad que Argentina vuelva a ser país del mes, qué sé yo, si no es el próximo año, el siguiente, en 2025. Tengamos un mes dedicado a Argentina y a seguir completando estos artículos que nos faltan. Porque incluso hay algunos que ya tienen referencias. Por ponerte un ejemplo, esta persona, Carolina Unrein, tiene su referencia, probablemente podamos ya crear este artículo, pero preferimos esperar a que sea el país del mes para también tener una base de datos disponible para esta creación de artículos y por ende para que la actividad salga adelante.
There's a question in the chat from Nat from Les Sans Pages. Do you use maintenance tools to look at what is happening on the articles once they've been created? I know that that in English and French, we often see we can put in a lot of work and then other people kind of take things away and we need to defend our work. Is that something you have experienced in Spanish?
Las herramientas somos nosotros mismos y nosotras mismas. Es decir, tengo yo una lista de vigilancia que voy añadiendo los artículos que veo que se van creando del personas del Wikiproyecto. Y entonces pues yo los tengo en vigilancia. Yo creo que también otras personas del mismo Wikiproyecto también lo hacen. Pero sí que vi bastante útil esta herramienta de Telegram que pasaron por el chat de Wikimedia LGBT, de creaciones nuevas de artículos. Aunque no sean creaciones de personas participantes del Wikiproyecto, pero sí las integramos al Wikiproyecto en esa vigilancia de artículos y también como son artículos nuevos, inmediatamente realizamos una wikificación de ellos para que no sufran o no sean susceptibles de tener una plantilla de borrador rápido. Pero sí, estaría bien contar con algún tipo de herramienta técnica que nos faciliten bastante más la labor. ¿Alguna pregunta más?
I think we are pretty much at time, so it might make sense for you to close up. If you have any
No sé,
closing remarks you would like to make.
Si existe alguien que edita en Wikipedia en español y necesita algo de asesoramiento o quiera contactar con un grupo activo de personas LGBT editando, únanse al Wikiproyecto y le acogeremos. Y el país del mes, México. Necesitamos ediciones, eso es. El próximo, no sé, me huele que puede ser Ecuador por ahí, pero ya veremos. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Miguel.
Muchas gracias, Miguel.
Adiós.
Adiós.
Bueno, entiendo que la siguiente charla que corresponde está a cargo de Lane Raspberry, que es parte del grupo Wikimedia LGBT y que viene a hablar sobre cómo comprometer a la comunidad y estrategias. Owen, ¿quieres decirlo en inglés?
Lane, do you need to be able to share slides?
I do. And how's my audio?
Your audio is great.
All right.
Ivor or Z, can you make Lane a co-host, please? You should be able to share slides now. And sorry that it didn't occur to me to arrange that like while we were talking.
Right. Can you tell me when's time up for this session? Confirm that for me.
You have until a quarter past. You've got a half-hour slot.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Am I co-host? Am I able to share slides?
You should be able to now, yes.
And can you tell me what I click to share slides? Something's looking a bit different.
Should be a big green button at the bottom marked share screen.
All right, thank you. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yep.
It looks like slides?
I'd forgotten how much you like that template.
Yep. The variation of the same. How do you do? My name's Lane Raspberry. I'm user Blue Raspberry, and I'm a member of Wikimedia LGBT as an organizer. I'm going to be talking about a proposed scope of services for Wikimedia LGBT, what the organization should do for the members of the organization. What I'm going to discuss are, first I'm going to list a series of problems which people continually bring to the organization, LGBT problems in the wiki world. I'm going to say something about what's different now, why we haven't addressed these problems in the past, and what's different now that we have a better chance of addressing these. And while no one has ideas for fixing all the problems, I'm going to propose administrative services from Wikimedia LGBT as a partial solution to some problems and describe what that could look like. So first, I'm going to list those problems. We have harassment. We have people around the world asking Wiki LGBT for information that's beyond volunteer capacity to give. And it's challenging for members of Wiki LGBT to stay in touch with each other and coordinate solutions to these problems. So about harassment, I expect that people attending this conference know this, but not everyone in the world knows this. LGBT wiki editors get more harassment than other editors typically. And also anyone who's editing LGBT topics in any language of Wikipedia or anywhere in Wikimedia projects, they're also more likely to get harassment. We know this because when someone gets harassment, they send reports in different unofficial channels to Wiki LGBT. We've gotten these kinds of reports for many years. We have some awareness of how many harassment and misconduct reports other wiki projects get, and we just know that LGBT people are facing more trouble than other people in the wiki platform. And when I'm talking about harassment, I'm talking about different kinds of abuse, insults, mean comments. Even when comments are not mean, if someone's doing LGBT activities, they get extra criticism as compared to someone editing other kinds of topics. People ask LGBT editors to defend their politics or to explain themselves in ways that other people aren't expected to justify what they're doing on Wiki. People who edit LGBT topics, even if it's a minority topic, they get extraordinary large amounts of attention that other kinds of editors don't get. And just being asked lots of questions is hard for our editors. Wiki editors are overly sexualized. Either they get sexual advances from strangers on the internet, or they're just doing anything about LGBT culture and people treat it like sexuality when sex discussion shouldn't even come up in conversation. And any other kind of bad thing that you can imagine, it happens to LGBT people, and it happens a lot. There needs to be some kind of support for this, and it's not apparent what we should do. Many people imagine that if there's this kind of problem, that the Wikimedia Foundation will take care of it. Not to criticize the Wikimedia Foundation, but it's simply out of scope for them to focus as much attention as the LGBT community needs on this. They're just unable to help and provide the support that the LGBT community needs. Briefly, I want to list some things that the Wikimedia Foundation does do. They have a department called Trust and Safety, paid staff at the Wikimedia Foundation that can resolve some kinds of problems, including suicide response, which is important for LGBT community members. This comes up more often in LGBT community than many other communities. Violent, physical, criminal threats come to LGBT people. That is important. Wikimedia Foundation helps with that. There's certain software development that needs to be adapted to support LGBT community. They're great for that. And they also have international connections to major NGOs that is hard to crowdsource or provide through volunteers. Wikimedia Foundation staff, though, they have to advocate for the Wikimedia Foundation itself. We cannot get peer-to-peer support. Even if there's somebody LGBT that happens to work at the Wikimedia Foundation, it's their job to support the Wikimedia Foundation. So if the LGBT community is to get support, it needs to come from other volunteers or a community organization like Wiki LGBT. We can't depend on the Wikimedia Foundation to meet all our needs. They have general support, and they do LGBT things sometimes. When they run surveys, when they do research, they ask what kinds of issues are affecting LGBT communities. Volunteers and even Wiki LGBT, we cannot do global surveys of the entire wiki editing community. We'll still depend on the Wikimedia Foundation for that. But
can you slow down slightly for the translations? Thanks.
But just having data is not sufficient to come up with a response. We need solutions, not just a description of the problem. Leaving Wikimedia Foundation aside, some other things that come up is wiki or LGBT issues outside of Wikipedia are major global political issues in many countries. I'm talking about basic rights for gay and lesbian people to be safe outside of Wiki, in walking around on the streets, marriage rights in every country, transgender rights in every country, anti-discrimination in the workplace and in other community sectors, the right to access health services, and different kinds of family rights with children, other kinds of relationships. Many countries in the world are talking about these things. And I'm not talking about Wikipedia, but where this does go into Wikipedia and Wikimedia is these social and ethical issues come up when people are editing wiki articles on these topics. We don't have a clear global response for what to do when there's anti-LGBT wiki editors, say, documenting politics in a country for anti-LGBT politicians or political actions. We still have trouble managing things like biographies of transgender people and how their pronouns should be reflected in wiki articles. General sexual health is a challenge. Do we translate information from one country into another country's language? Or should we try to get localized support for the information in every country, even if that's expensive and challenging to coordinate? there's a lot of issues. Many things should be discussed. And right now, if somebody in one country wants to get opinions from a person in another country, Wiki LGBT does not have the staff support to be able to facilitate this conversation. We're having a conference on these issues right now, but a once-a-year conference is not enough. We need year-round support for global conversations to address these kinds of issues. So why now? What's different now that we couldn't do a few years ago? How can we address these problems now? Well, Wikimedia LGBT, it's still a modest organization without much budget. It has no regular staff, but it has been around for more than 10 years at this point. And this is the third time that the organization has presented the Queering Wikipedia conference. So it's got some governance process, some stability. It's got a membership list. We've demonstrated that many people are interested in these issues, and we've had years of discussion of the problems and potential solutions to address them. We've been looking at the traffic for social and ethical issues in various languages of Wikipedia. Here, for example, is the English Wikipedia rights, LGBT rights by country, and we can see that it gets hundreds of thousands of views per year. This is an extremely popular article, and also it's only a piece of the reality because there's also 100 Wikipedia articles for LGBT rights in specific countries. So we're talking about tens of millions of views globally. Wikipedia is really influencing journalism, political discussion, and the global media ecosystem. And we can see this by doing traffic queries at scale for any language Wikipedia or for every language Wikipedia. Here, for example, I have a traffic query for English Wikipedia that says we have 12,000 articles that got almost 1 billion views. For example, I also have a query for Russian Wikipedia, 6,000 articles, nearly 100 million views. So we can do this for any language, but the general trend that you should know is that Wikipedia seems to be one of the world's most requested, published, accessed, and consulted sources of LGBT information in every language for every culture that's using the internet. So if we had good things to say, we can be sure that we would make a global impact in internet communication and the global media discourse. These ethical discussions, I'm not just talking about the content of Wikipedia articles, or the images in Commons, the content in Wikidata. I'm also talking about the talk page discussions among Wiki community members. And I've got a couple of issues here, but there's many more that we could address and discuss. One is how to address gender pronouns for people who are transgender. In English Wikipedia, there's a list of all the times this conversation has come up. If a person were to print out these conversations on paper, it would be more than 1,000 pages of original discussion from humans. It's a massive conversation, and it's never ending. There's no resolution to this because it's an uncoordinated, unplanned, casual conversation. And this happens in other languages as well. Something else that happens in many languages is how to address anti-LGBT activism in Wikipedia projects, what the extent to which or the circumstances under which we should allow this at all. It's a recurring discussion. People bring this to Wikimedia LGBT for solutions. And for these two issues, and for many other issues, over the years, we found that we cannot crowdsource a volunteer solution to this. We need some kind of support. I don't know the full answer, but what we're doing is not working. We need to change what we're doing somehow. Something else that's different is that it's certain that the Wikimedia Foundation has money available, including to support and address LGBT issues. The Wikimedia Foundation has more than $200 million in US dollar assets. They bring in more than $150 million a year. I'm not sure what the correct budget allocation is to address LGBT issues, but it's more than zero. And right now, the global community is receiving a few $1,000s at most, and it's not in any kind of planned way. We have resources. We should be strategic in discussing with the Wikimedia Foundation what they have available and what kind of solutions we want to try. So we don't have to operate at a zero global budget perpetually. There is money available. The Wikimedia Foundation has offered it, and they frequently talk about LGBT people in the LGBT community in their fundraising outreach. It's a priority to them to be safe to LGBT people. So what can we do? What kinds of services and solutions has Wiki LGBT been discussing to address these issues? One solution on the table is to hire some staff to do something. What the staff does is negotiable, but if we requested money from the Wikimedia Foundation, Wiki LGBT could hire somebody to tackle one of these problems, a few of these problems, any of these problems, and that would be a change over our strategy for the last 10 years, which has tried to accomplish all of these things with volunteers only and without hiring staff. Something else that we've discussed is what the Wikimedia Foundation has asked of us versus what kinds of solutions we want to try. And over the years, the Wikimedia Foundation, they tend to offer money for people who will have an activist impact, typically by editing Wikipedia articles or developing content, hosting editathons, getting people to upload photos, supporting the readership of Wikipedia. This is very important, and that's directly how Wikipedia and the Wikimedia platform have an impact. However, supporting the readers is not the same as supporting the editors. And just because you have an editing event where people are adding sentences and citations and uploading photos, that doesn't make anything safer for the editors who are doing these things. And over the years, more editing events has not solved the kinds of problems that I just named. If we had administrative support, that would not have an impact on readers, not directly, because paying money for administration does not mean that someone's uploading content. It only is indirect support for the people who are uploading content. And historically, the Wikimedia Foundation has not encouraged administration. Like, for example, if someone asks for a grant from the Wikimedia Foundation, while they will give administrative expenses with the grant, by default, they offer 0%. A person has to ask for administrative or financial support when negotiating with the Wikimedia Foundation, or else they get 0. So the default is set to 0. And we think that having some money directly go to administration for the purpose of administration, not just to get more editing done, is a part of the solution of what we need now. There's proposals on the table, and this isn't representative of all of Wikimedia LGBT. As I said, we have trouble organizing global conversation, multilingual conversation, doing surveys, getting comment from all LGBT editors. But over the years, some of the requests that have come up, we have listed here on this page. You can look it up on Meta. It's called Wiki Administrative Executive. And this isn't where the conversation is ending. I'm just presenting these potential services as a starting point to conversation so that anybody else can say what services they think are important, what is missing, what else could the organization be doing. I'm going to go through a few of these services to give the general idea of what kind of services Wiki LGBT might pay staff to do. But before going through this list, I want people to consider the first point and the last point. The first point is annual reports, and the last point is grant writing. The reason why annual reports are important are because for Wiki LGBT to exist as an organization, both in the view of the Wikimedia Foundation and in any legal jurisdiction, if a local community member needs to point to Wiki LGBT as a supporting organization, if there's no annual report documented and published, then it's as if the organization doesn't exist. The Wikimedia Foundation absolutely requires it, and it's kind of a norm in the Wiki community that volunteer organizations have trouble providing an annual report with the level of detail that the Wikimedia Foundation wants. They want to know membership statistics, content creation statistics, summaries of meetings, summaries of things discussed. It's quite a lot of work for volunteers to come up with, especially if volunteers don't have training to produce an annual report. The last point, grant writing, I want to say something about this, is that not all grants for Wiki LGBT activities need to come from the Wikimedia Foundation. There's many countries around the world, many nonprofit foundations that provide grants, even government agencies that have support for LGBT activities. But if someone wants to apply for those, then that means that they need to point to what LGBT activity is already happening on Wikipedia to demonstrate that they're worthy of receiving a grant from their local government, from foundations that might be offering money to LGBT people, just to demonstrate the legitimacy of the organization. Since Wiki LGBT has trouble with its annual reports, that also means that individuals in a country that have an opportunity to ask for money from their government or from a foundation or from a donor, they're unable to do the grant writing. And it's not as if we want to get money from the Wikimedia Foundation for all purposes, but if we don't get annual reports in order, then we're not going to have access to money from elsewhere in the world, from outside of the Wikimedia Foundation. So I'd really like to make it possible for people to at least have the hope or be able to make attempts to get money from all sources that are available. And we're not currently at that level yet. I'm going to go through these other points in just a couple of minutes. We're almost out of time. So I'm just going to read these off. Hosting meetups is important because these need to be advertised in multiple communication channels, and diversity is so important for our community that if we're not hosting meetups and giving people the opportunity to comment, we can't respect ourselves. It's necessary for diversity and LGBT. When we have meetups, we need to document what people say, every kinds of comment, and we need to give thanks to people who come to meetups and who give any kind of comment or criticism to Wiki LGBT. If we ever get money from any source, it's part of our values and ethics that we publish the budget so that all our members are able to see exactly where the money's going. And if anyone has any questions, people shouldn't have to direct those questions to a random member. The organization should have enough staffing to be able to answer questions, or at least bring those questions back to a community meeting. One of the common kinds of questions or reports that people bring, as I said, is reports of harassment. We get dozens of these. I think if we were more open, we would get hundreds of these. And we need a process for managing harassment around the world. And if we don't do this for ourselves, nobody is going to do it for us. We need to keep a membership list so that we can take advantage of our peer-to-peer community. And when we have a membership list, we need to practice democracy and organize it. Democracy is not free. It's very challenging to organize elections, voting processes, translate the information people need to have informed decisions. And we need to do diversity checks on our membership so that we can have a strong democracy. When we vote on something or make consensus decisions, we report this to the press and journalists. We'll also report this to partner organizations, which may be LGBT or safety or anything else. Publish our social and ethical positions, share those with the press and our partners, and use these position statements to make us better grant writers and bring in money where it's available for the LGBT community. I know this is a lot to lay on you in a short amount of time. If anyone would like to engage further in this, then please join Wiki LGBT meetings throughout the year. They happen at least once a month. And feel free to post on Wiki discussion pages with any questions you have. Does anyone have any questions for me while I'm here now? I'm just communicating now, but it's especially helpful if you publish on Wiki throughout the year if anything comes up. Thanks for hearing me out. Questions from anyone?
There's one in the chat. Do you have any thoughts on whether the Universal Code of Conduct is a significant opportunity for funding or staff?
I would say both. So the Universal Code of Conduct is not the LGBT Code of Conduct. Our community has our own particular needs, and what applies to 90% of the world does not apply to the LGBT situation. Universal is not good enough. We also need an LGBT Code of Conduct. I'm looking through other questions.
There's mainly a bunch of conversation there. We've
Okay.
been having a
Can somebody help me
conversation.
bring questions? Do you see any? I'm having trouble reading. All this.
I don't think there are any others before just now. John Samuel has asked, what's the obstacle for us to have a staff member?
The biggest obstacle for us to have a staff member is that it's not normal for the Wikimedia Foundation to fund a staff member anywhere in any wiki community organization. They tend to fund staff to do impact and programs and not fund staff to do administration. A difference with us is that we have many people around the world publishing more LGBT content than we know how to give credit for. So even though there are information gaps and LGBT is underrepresented, globally there's a lot, and we have a lot of problems that other groups don't have, like safety.
Natasha, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's not possible. Like, I have been engaged fully sometimes, so it's just a matter of building and constructing to make it possible and to ask for a grant with a clear strategy, a clear something clear to go on and activities. So I don't know. To say that it's not possible, it's not usual, but there have been some history of art and feminism, and now Les en Page and other Wikimedian in residence where people are actually paid to do the administrative part.
Natasha, thanks for being first in this, because you're setting a useful precedent. Not first, but earlier. Very helpful.
Yeah, I think the example of you at Les en Page and of some of the other non-chapter affiliates like Art and Feminism is definitely very helpful in that sense. It's also, I also find it quite frustrating that it's very clearly normal for a chapter-sized organization. Clearly they need administrative support, and so clearly they pay for administrative support. But that is not so obviously perceived in a smaller affiliate like a user group or presumably a thematic organization, but like there's only 2 of those. So I guess you and Wiki Amical probably make that up on the fly, I'm guessing, Lane. John Samuel asked another, why not something like a Wikimedian in residence in a queer archive or museum?
John, I think that's possible. And I think that there's 100 organizations around the world that would like to have someone in the staff in their organization do LGBT activities. My guess for why this hasn't happened yet is because organizations like museums, they want to talk with a leader or a governance committee. And since Wiki LGBT doesn't have strong enough administration to be able to speak with the museum, museums are not willing to just negotiate with a random Wikipedia editor acting by themselves. I think if we had strong annual reports from Wikimedia LGBT and somebody could go to a museum and say, I'm going to be Wikimedian in residence, then those organizations would hire the person with their own money. But if Wikimedia LGBT is not looking so organized, then also those organizations will not hire the first Wikimedian in residence until that happens. Is art and feminism a possible partner in a global hub from the Wikimedia Foundation's point of view? I'm not going to speak for the Wikimedia Foundation, but in my point of view, art and feminism would be and has been for years a great partner to Wikimedia LGBT.
We've been working particularly closely with art and feminism lately, for example, on a project that for some reason I keep mentioning we're launching on Wednesday. I'm not sure why Vic or I could imagine why I keep bringing it up. But there's a project we're launching on Wednesday that the user group and Wikimedia Argentina have been working with art and feminism. I find it very likely that we will be working quite closely with art and feminism on several other projects in the future. In particular, the other presenter who's in the same block of conversation as our guide launch, Narina Shipland, whose book I have right here. When I was talking with her about what we might be doing with her in the session on Wednesday, I agreed that I'd introduce her to art and feminism to see if there are projects that she might want to work with art and feminism on, with or without the user group. Also, one of the things, so you might have seen that when Les Sans Pages hired Natasha in September, October, I think it was, there was some pushback from the Francophone Wikipedia community who were concerned that editing on feminist topics is non-neutral because and that there could be a problem with the professionalization of the user group in that manner. And so on behalf of the user group, I coordinated a letter of support from like several dozen people around the movement, importantly, including almost every one of the other affiliates that work in marginalized content areas or with marginalized editors. And one of the things that's come out of that is the beginnings of greater communications between these affiliates. So conversations with Wikidonne in Italian and Women in Red, Art and Feminism, Afro Crowd, Whose Knowledge, Les Sans Pages, obviously, as well. And I'm very hopeful that we can, in a similar way that there is a network of conversation between Wikimedians in residence, I'd like us to strengthen that network of communication between affiliates working in these content areas around systemic bias and marginalized content and marginalized editors. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for greater work there. I've also gone now from trying to make sure we finished on time to making sure we didn't by talking too long. So we should break now for a couple of minutes because in 1 minute, no, not in 1 minute, I'm reading the clock wrong. We've got plenty more time, it's fine. No? London, 1915. Have we got another hour in this time slot, Vic? Am I misreading the schedule? Gaston, can you unmute? Vic, ¿se puede oírme? ¿Hay más tiempo en esta presentación? The question now is, I've just been editing the schedule, and did I break it?
Hey, I'm just looking at the schedule now. I see that there's two lightning talks there's two talks for this. So there's also the Q&A. How does the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees work? Oh, that's the parallel session. Okay, so this, it looks like we run until 11:15, and then there's the break. And, oh, sorry, 11, it's 10:21 my time, so that's, yeah, we do have another hour.
So either you can have another hour to talk and plot and scheme, Lane, or we might just bring Victoria over to Zoom.
Bring Victoria, please. Anyone with more questions, please bring them to the wiki. Thank you so much, everyone.
Well, while we wait, Cholo and King Quispe, are you on the call now? I don't think you are, but if you are, we rescheduled you. And we can bring you in now. I just got a single emoji reaction from Z in chat. I think we can usefully continue some of this conversation, especially like that there are conversations going on in the Zoom chat around expanding content across different languages. Miguel, do you want to come back and talk some more about how we can bring things across languages?
Lo que estaba haciendo es responder algunas preguntas que habían surgido durante mi presentación y estaba respondiéndolas aquí en el chat, pero no quiero aquí interrumpir esta charla.
Creo que esta charla es completo. No es interrumpiendo.
Ah, es tiempo muerto, vale, ok.
Estamos esperando. I should go to Spanish word.
¿Y qué ha pasado
Estamos esperando que se sume una persona, por eso.
¿Qué ha pasado con Wikimedistas de Perú? Que no...
No sabemos. No, simplemente no están en la conversación.
No.
Estamos intentando contactarlos.
No está acá. Y quizás será el miércoles, pero yo no sé.
Ok. Bueno. Una pena, porque sí que tenía conocimiento de la actividad que habían realizado, porque hubo ahí una especie de aviso que le dimos, bueno, que le di yo para que realizase la actividad que hicieron. Y claro, me interesaba saber los resultados, ¿no?
We don't currently have any translation, and I think Francesc is the only person set up. Oh no, Flo. Aha. Cool. Cool. Miguel, ¿se puede repetirlo?
Que decía que tenía conocimiento de la actividad que habían realizado, bueno, porque estuvimos conversándolo con Wikimedistas de Perú desde el Wikiproyecto y particularmente yo, de realizar la actividad que hicieron, y me hubiera parecido interesante conocer los resultados o qué iban a explicar acerca de los resultados de la maratón esta fotográfica que hicieron, para poder replicarla en otros contextos.
Do we want to talk some more about either the conversation with Lane about the user group, or the conversation like stemming a conversation from the work Miguel was talking about from Wikiproyecto LGBT and País del Mes, or do we want to take a longer break?
Yeah, I was just checking the schedule because thinking if we shouldn't take like a little break until the keynote.
Yeah,
So,
the next session now is scheduled in 45 minutes. It's the keynote with Ezra Al-Shafei.
okay. Yeah, so maybe we can wait until Ezra. We can keep these 10 minutes for questions and answers and then move to Ezra. Yeah.
Dorothy, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi. I did have a kind of comment about Lane's proposal. I was reflecting on the Wikimedia Foundation, the human rights talk yesterday, and I chose to ask them what I felt was a difficult question because I wanted to get an answer from them. And that question was something like, can you guarantee that you will respond to all serious reports of threats or violence and harm on Wikipedia platforms in all languages? And just to see how they would respond to that as from that position, you know. And they basically kind of said that ultimately it is up, they do see it as up to the community. There's only so much that they currently have the capacity to do. I think they have the recording of that response, but I thought it was very interesting, and it made me think a lot about how we really do have to organize these resources for ourselves if we want them. There's only so much that the Wikimedia Foundation can provide, and that was reaffirmed by the Wikimedia Foundation in their response. So I think that was important to me, just to think about, okay, so we have to organize this stuff if we want it to happen. And it looks like Natasha had a comment too.
It's very briefly before we go over to Nat. It's worth mentioning we don't have a recording of yesterday's session with the human rights team. We agreed both so that they could speak more candidly and so that participants could speak more candidly, that we wouldn't record that session. I know that what they can do as community resilience and sustainability team is limited by the principle of community subsidiarity and the question of what can they do if a community is unwilling to act, which several of us hinted at quite heavily, and I explicitly described as the question that I'm throwing towards Maggie under a bus, is one that we know they can't easily answer at the moment, because there are only certain circumstances in which the legal team will allow them to act. There are only certain circumstances where the board have authorized CR&S to act. With the human rights team, they're focused on, to put it bluntly, on problems more grave than the threats to mental health and safety and the lower level threats of physical harm that we face in the relatively tolerant global north, because they're more faced on threats to literal life and limb of users in hostile jurisdictions in Africa and Asia, of threats from hostile governments, the co-option of the Chinese language Wikipedia by the Chinese Communist Party 18 months or so ago, for example. And so their focus is on things that, like, we can all see are bigger than what we face, but that doesn't mean that what we face isn't serious and important. And I think, as Lane put it in chat, if we want to be represented, we have to represent ourselves. To some extent, we need to, I think we need to agitate to get funding for the people who can provide that kind of support. Like, that's not support that I can provide, like that's completely outside of my wheelhouse, but that is support that Wikimedia LGBT can ensure is funded, whether that's directly through the user group or directly from the foundation or something different, I would suggest. Does anyone want to riff off what I just said before going to Nat? Or Nat, do you want to interrupt if you're...
Yeah, because I wanted to answer to Dorothy. For me, it's been clear for a long time that we have to organize ourselves. So we have to collect data on every language about low levels of harassment. We have to publish reports. I've tried to do it on the French Wikipedia and it was deleted. We have to build networks of solidarity because it's not just a case of punishing bad behaviors. It's also a case of when you show support to others, it's also very important. And that can be done. We don't need administrative rights on the wiki just to say to somebody, I'm sorry for what you went through. We can do support letters like Owen did for me. But for that, we need to meet regularly. We need the meetings to be democratic and not to be only governed by a group which has privilege, which, sorry to say, would be gay white men. I'm sorry to throw that in the potato sack. But
no, you are right to do so.
Yeah, and so, yeah, we need to get organized and to have regular meetings and to share data and also to go out to other open source movements to see how they are doing things in their capacities. That's maybe to have an official account also that would be responding to these threats as a representative of the LGBT group. Okay, this account would not have any editorial right, but to say, okay, we are aware of this situation because some people are not feeling okay about that. And I think we need to take our place on the Wikipedia and not, because we are facing a danger where on Twitter, on social media, everywhere, there is increased threats and fake news and everything. We have worrying times, but like Cameron Hurley said, we've already been through that in the past. So we have lessons from the past, and the lessons from the past is that, like Gandalf, we will not let it pass because it's for future generation. But we need to self-organize. That I'm convinced of.
I think so. I mean, my politics separately are very much in that kind of arena anyway. But I recognize that the movement wants to perceive itself as more mutual, like more assume good faith than that. Whereas the idea that we can't always assume good faith because some people are very clearly bad actors and have no interest in treating us with good faith is a controversial perspective in the movement. Pen, I can see you have your hand up.
It's just putting in that if we're talking about a budget for an employee or administration, then a primary deliverable that we've talked about several years hence, in the past rather, was actually having a process by which a case can be raised and logged and tracked by us. It doesn't mean that we have to employ a lawyer or a trusted agent on Wiki, or they don't need to be an expert. And in fact, specifically, it's impossible to find an employee or contractor that can be expert globally in all the issues that all our volunteers have. So, for example, if someone in Nigeria is being blackmailed, how stupid would it be to have someone who's not in Nigeria trying to sort it out? So those are the sorts of things that, at least if we log it, we can say, okay, can we employ a lawyer to help this person? Can the foundation legal department help them? And so I think that's all we're looking for. We're looking for administration to help coordinate, bring it together, and instantly the user group becomes a more fundamentally global force for our goals, and we can be of very practical, immediate help to volunteers that are suffering harassment or threats or blackmail or even arrest by the police. You know, so and actually we can help coordinate resources local to them, as well as stimulating the foundation to, you know, put some money where their mouth is if they can offer relevant support. Just chipping in that. I know we're meandering a bit.
I mean, that is something that we've started having conversations with the Foundation's human rights team about the ways in which they could help support some of that. So certainly I think there's an opportunity there that we can work with. I'm just going to pick up Davida's question or comment in the chat. If there's a serious threat to life and limb or family, or even with a risk of job loss, there might be a need for police involvement. Will the Wiki organization be of support, for example, with documentation or legal help? To some extent, the human rights team do that already, particularly when we're talking about credible physical threats. That's very much in the human rights team's wheelhouse already. Like, they do that work. That is a lot of what they do. For the kind of moving into shades of grey of severity there, I think that's the kinds of areas where an organization like the user group or a collection of affiliates could help the foundation and or other organizations provide some of that support. Certainly, we know it's needed. We know it's needed even on the comparatively less severe areas of kind of mutual aid and social support and mental health support, when people are being pilloried in kind of Village Pump or the Wikimedia Bistro in the French Wikipedia, like part of the reason that we organized the letter of support when the Les Cent Pages was facing a massive volume of criticism, despite like doing good work, like what should have been a time of celebration for a successful, hardworking affiliate, becoming a step more professional and being able to devote greater resource to their work by being able to employ Nat, became a situation where, yeah, as Natasha has just put in the chat, their pseudo was mentioned 250 times on the bistro, and they had to change their username just to stop being pinged in notifications all the time. And nobody would do anything about it, because from the perspective of the functionaries on the French Wikipedia, this was a perfectly reasonable conversation about the professional behavior of an affiliate, and were they acting appropriately in the context of content, when clearly, like, that when that is an organization with one employee and a relatively small board and organization team, like, that's harassment. Even if the intention isn't harassment, intent is not magic. The impact is what is important. And if I do something that causes harm to someone, it doesn't matter whether I intended the harm or not. The harm happened, and the harm is what needs to be recompensed. And yeah, as Miguel put in chat, he experienced a problem editing on some feminist Wikidata profiles, and Wikisfera user group provided some legal advice and comfort. I would like to say that Wikimedia LGBT could have helped you in that episode. At the moment, I don't think we could have done a good job of doing so, because we lack the capacity. And as I mentioned in the chat we were having earlier, in conversation with Carlin and others, like, at the moment, the English Wikipedia does a terrible job of documenting the current moral panic around transgender people, that's particularly prominent in the United Kingdom and the United States, but is also a problem elsewhere. And we've seen people who are subjects of biographies on the French language Wikipedia also talking around how they have been poorly treated by our current style guides and policies and guidelines, but as well as the emotional impact of being discussed as a biography subject when you're also a human being who's reading those discussions and having your own identity discussed and debated, and considered as something that is emotionally neutral to many of the people in the conversation. But of course, it's not emotionally neutral to you as a person with that identity. And there is very little we can do currently to rectify that coverage on the English language Wikipedia, or really to do much about those policies and guidelines on the French language Wikipedia, because the communities are predominantly white, cisgender, heterosexual men from the global north who just don't understand, and not necessarily through explicit malintent, but just because they've never lived any kind of marginalized identity and they don't understand what it is to do so. And the nearest they have in that context is the feeling of their privilege being eroded by greater equity for even the more privileged of the minority identities, like me as a white, cis, gay man living in an English-speaking culture that used to own a large empire. Like, there's a whole bunch of privilege involved in my identity, even if there are also aspects of my identity that are not privileged. And seeing me gain equity is something that people who previously had all of the privilege understandably perceive as an attack, because they've never experienced that lack of privilege. And so we can't do much about the lack of coverage of the transphobia that J.K. Rowling exudes, or most of the commentators in the British journalism sphere who are part of the kind of engine of transphobia in the UK and the US. But that's not covered very well, because there are people who defend those articles from slander, and doing something about that would involve a much greater kind of coordination of resource. I think unless there's more to kind of discuss on this topic, which I'm happy to do, it feels like we're beginning to I can say we're beginning to exhaust the topic, mainly because I'm talking a lot, and I don't particularly like there being a white cis man doing a lot of talking on a conversation topic of how marginalized identities are poorly served on Wikipedias across many languages, when I look like I do and talk like I do, and I edit on the largest of the projects. But yeah, as Miguel's just said in chat, the moral panic around trans identities and the conflation of that moral panic and of queer identities with sexualization and grooming is increasingly a problem in all of our societies, including these communities that we edit in. And I think a part of what Lane has been saying about what the user group needs to be able to do is potentially a partial solution to helping provide that solidarity and mutual support that we need as editors in emotionally heavy content areas, describing emotionally heavy subjects. Unless anybody else wants to take the mic and talk more on that, I suggest we might like to take a 25-minute break before Ezra has her keynote about homegrown digital public spaces for queer communities, which I'm very much looking forward to, and I'm very pleased with. We've got some of Ezra's time. Does anybody else want to talk on this rather ad hoc conversation for now? Okay, I think we will take a break and come back with Ezra's keynote talk at 20 minutes past the hour. That is exactly half an hour from now. Am I doing that maths correctly? So that's 1820 UTC. Davida, no, the